Attention, please. Would members of the Community Development and Recreation Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming and welcome to Meeting 5 of the Community Development and Recreation Committee. Special welcome to members of the committee, well, the members who've shown up, and other members of council. Well, maybe they'll come eventually. And of course, members of the public, who I know are here because I can see them. For those in the room with us, the screen at the back of the room over here provides real-time updates concerning where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. This is a long day, and there's a lot of items before us. You can also follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at toronto.ca/council. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? No, we're hearing none. Confirmation, can I have someone move the confirmation of the minutes for the May 21st, 2015 meeting?
So moved.
Councillor Cole, all those in favor? That is carried. So we have some deputations on item 5.7. and service level reviews, which is a timed item for 11 a.m. So let's go through the agenda, and it'll take holds on any items. Obviously, when we come across an item with deputations, we hold it automatically, and of course, service level reviews at 11 a.m. is held automatically. So 5.1, contract with Avtech. Provision for equipment, parts, support, upgrades for dispatch radio telephone system.
Move approval.
Move. Move. I heard a mumble there. All those in favor? That is carried. 5.2, fire service, Toronto Fire Services Fireboard naming. I'm going to hold that just for a little bit of a history of the person. William Thornton, whose name we have, Fire Services recommended as the name of that a new fireboat coming. 5.3,
Hold.
hold Counselor Mahavik. 5.4, Etobicoke Olympium Anchor Sports Club's hardship and loss from Toronto 2015 upgrade closure. This is compensation for loss of usage.
Approve staff recommendations.
Councillor Mahavik is moving recommendations. All those in favor? That is carried. 5.5, city support of the Next City Prize Initiative.
Move the staff recommendations.
Councillor Mahavik is moving recommendations. All those in favor? That is carried. Social Development Dashboard, 5.6. Now, we do have a motion. We want this to go up to council as well. So I do have a motion, which I'd be happy to move at this point, unless you want to hold the report for discussions.
No?
5.6. Well, we want to make sure all councillors see it.
Councilors do see it. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, move it. Let's go.
Does anyone want to hold that item, or no? We're good. Councillor Fletcher is moving 5.6. Oh, with the motion. We'll move the motion first. Those in favor? Okay. On the item itself, that is carried. So we have a speakers list for 5.7, so we'll hold that we can hold that in the chair's name, that is fine. Transforming social housing. 5.8, 2015 funding allocations for shelter and related services.
Move approval.
Yeah. Councillor Mahavik is moving approval. All those in favor? That is carried.
Mr. Chair, just on 8, I know we're moving approval, but really what we're doing here is we have a purchase of service agreement for the LGBTQ beds, whole number of them, 25 and then 30. Started here asking for that, and staff have come through, the whole city has come through, we've established these, and I think we need to mark the importance of this particular approval today, and thank everyone who worked on this so strongly, because it's remarkable, and we've done it. So a big shout out to all staff and councillors who worked on this particular piece.
Yes, and I should remind, just because we're moving these items without debate does not mean we do not appreciate the significance of them and the hard work of staff.
So it was a shout out motion, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
You could see them taking it in there. And bathing in it. All smiles, bathing in the glory,
Yes.
the love.
Shout-out motions are always welcome.
Thank you.
5.9, childcare funding strategy. As a whole? Councillor Mahavik is holding it. No, visiting councillors cannot hold. And of course, we have the service level review at 11. That is 5.10 with deputants. If there is anyone in the gallery that would like to depute on any of these items, please register with the clerk's office so we can put you on the list. I have held 5.2 because I was hoping that we'd get, I would go to questions for staff, just a little bit of background on how we're acquiring this vessel and the significance of the recommendation of naming it the William Thornton. So I would simply ask, well, other than me, does anyone else have questions for staff on this? I would just...
You, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, committee members. I think this is a pretty significant event, not only the addition of a vessel, but the historical context of the name being recommended. I would simply ask Chief Sales to quickly, if you could explain to the committee how we're getting this vessel and the significance of the name recognition that you're recommending to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of committee. Historically, the Toronto Fire Service has had a very strong relationship with the Canadian Coast Guard. And we worked with the Canadian Coast Guard a number of years ago. In the early 2000s, they gave us, quote, turned over one of their boats that was considered surplus, a boat called the Sora. We've been using the Sora for just over 10 years. But the Sora's got to a state of repair where we need a significant investment. Working with the Coast Guard, another one of their vehicles became available. They've turned it over to us. It's a lot larger. It's an excellent boat in excellent condition. It has a number of additional features. It has a medical post. It has a command center. It has ability to carry many more people if we're involved in rescues or any form of aid. It also has ability to have a boat on board, a smaller boat that we can deploy down a slide. So a number of improvements, and they've turned this over to us for what's called commissioning charges. We're here before you today because in getting this boat, they've retained the name. We went back in history and found a report from 1964 when we purchased the William Lyon Mackenzie, the boat with the ice-breaking capabilities. A report was sent to council with suggested naming. So in this case, we worked with two external historians. Working with the external historians, we came up with a number of names, and the consensus was to name the boat after the first firefighter that lost his life in a line-of-duty fire in the city of Toronto, and going back, I think it was 1885. This gentleman, 1848, fought a fire, and 2 days later, because of injuries sustained at that fire, perished. So we want to name the boat the William Thornton after the name of this firefighter. This was the consensus of our historians that looked at options and names, and that's what we're bringing forward today to you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Chief Sales. Are there any other questions for Chief Sales? I'll just summarize and then move the recommendations. Thank you very much for your comments, your background on the item, and it sounds like a most worthy recommendation and worthy name. And I can't. I don't think words are enough to describe the understanding of the risk and bravery and actions that our fire services take on a daily basis, 24/7. And certainly the residents of Ward 10 have relied on fire services on hundreds of times, thousands of times over the years, and they have responded quickly with professionalism, with great care, and they have saved lives. And this goes on across Toronto, and they have done remarkable work. But of course, our work does cover the waterfront, and it does cover our increasingly robust areas in and around Lake Ontario and the islands. And to have a fireboat of this nature, I think, is a major asset. And to have it named in honor of the first firefighter who died in the line of duty, I think is a noble choice. And people will ask who he is and what he did, and we will be able to tell the story for years and years to come of a firefighter who gave his life to save others. So I commend fire services for this thoughtful selection, and I would move adoption of the report. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Mihevc, you held 5.3.
Yes, these questions are just my attempt to make sure that we're moving in the right direction. Mr. Chief, question to the chief. Oh, sorry, I got the wrong book. Do you have any data related to the last class of new firefighters in terms of meeting some equity targets?
Yourself, Mr. Chair, to members of committee, the last graduating, we have a class in now that's not graduated yet. The last graduating class had 40% of diversity within that particular class, and that was based on our new standards using our provincial test center. All of the candidates had graduated the provincial test center, all had their pre-service programs, all had all qualifications. So not only was it the highest class of diversity we've ever had, it was also the most qualifications we've ever had.
Very great.
And this partnership at Centennial, we want to continue leading changes, working with groups like Toronto Employment Social Services and Centennial College to even enhance our opportunities for those in our community that perhaps, are economically disenfranchised now, that may not get the opportunities. So we're looking at funding mechanisms and opportunities within a partnership to be more successful even yet.
Yes. So, yeah, I have no difficulty, but just because this is the question period, of course I'll be supporting this. This looks great and is necessary. Would it be possible to send us an information report just on the makeup, the diversity makeup of the graduating class?
Through yourself, Mr. Chair, to members of council, absolutely.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Okay, I'll move that as a motion.
I have a question. One,
Are you, Councillor Mahafik, you're finished?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. One of the things that we had discussed generally was the impediment of the fee. And a number of current firefighters have told me that they would never be in the profession at all had that been a fee when they came into the service or started. So I'm still wondering what steps that we are taking to level the playing field. It's a terrible barrier to access. And can you outline that again for me? How far along the road are we?
Yourself, Mr. Chair, to members of committee, a number of changes are occurring. The historic pre-service program was adopted in community colleges in the province under what was called the Ontario Fire Marshal's curriculum, and it was typically a one-year program. The province has now adopted a more international standard called the National Fire Protection Association Standard 1001, which is a firefighter standard. That international standard allows different options for programming. There are institutions in this province now that you can take it through, some of it through distance learning, practical, you can take it evenings, weekends. There are many choices now becoming available that historically weren't available. Also, the price point has changed considerably from $16,000 to $22,000 is now down. I've seen it as low as $6,700. So it's getting to be more competitive with the new programming format. There's lots of options. What we're also doing is we're working with funding partners like Toronto Employment Social Services to work at jointly engaging individuals that perhaps wouldn't have an opportunity under conventional means, but would make great firefighters. So we're looking at a partnership to look at the ability to pre-approve, to test, and to help support. And we're also looking at using our existing partnership with Centennial to leverage that partnership where they also can offer some support. So we're looking at every mechanism we can, and with the changes provincially and now with our internal changes, we hope that we'll be reshaping the Toronto Fire Service in the near future.
And how many, where is the $6,700 courses?
The best example, the nearest would be a group called FESTI, the Fire Emergency Service Training Institute, which is part of the Greater Toronto Airports Authority. It's an adjunct to their airport fire service. It's a school right on the, I guess it would be the southwestern corner of the Pearson Airport property.
Mm-hmm. And would it be worthwhile having that focused on a little bit, just to track how that's going. Starting off with your 16, 22,000, 6,000, I don't think people realize that there's this huge barrier to now getting into the fire service, that it's more than curriculum at many universities.
When we worked with the Auditor General's Department, when they came in and did an audit of our training and recruitment, they told us the cost of a recruiting class, with us doing the full 17 weeks of 40 people, was over $1 million per class. That's $1 million to the city. This is a more service and cost-effective way of providing even a higher valued education. We still do have the requirement, once they graduate, to learn about specific Toronto-based needs. But when we do our outreach, we give all the data on all courses, all options for cost, and to students so they can make a, quote, informed decision. So when we meet during all our outreach sessions, we give them a list of all facilities in the province, in the country, or internationally that we know of that meet that particular standard as options.
So
And
just,
so
just
there's
let
many
me,
options.
let me just recap then. The Auditor General came and said, city's spending $1 million on this training. We stopped spending $1 million on the training and then put the onus on the recruits or potential recruits to get trained in order to get in the door. Would I be right in saying that?
That's correct.
That's correct.
As it is in every other profession, including paramedic services or police services.
And I'm understanding that we just had a very equitable approach in fire services, unlike other services where you have to pay to play. So the cost of training that we're spending now would be, we're not spending $1 million on this pre-training. Are we spending anything on the pre-training?
Through yourself, Mr. Chair, the answer is yes. When they come in,
How
we
much?
still do a 10-week orientation.
How much?
It would probably be about $250,000, I would
So-
estimate.
If we, I see, okay, I'm just going to speak about that and ask to have that more clarified. It's very complicated if you're not in the service, Mr. Chair.
I could bring forward the data to the committee members in regards to the difference, the cost. I could put that in a memo, briefing memo for you.
I will ask for, can I speak? Or,
It's still questions of
yes,
staff.
go ahead then.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Other than myself, any other further questions to staff? No? Just very quickly, refresh the committee's knowledge on government programs such as OSAP or federal grants, anything in that area for students looking to take the
I
course.
think the answer, through yourself, Mr. Chair, to members of the committee, there's limited. There's some. One of my staff just reminded me that based on the completion of the Fire Master Plan a month ago, Council did ask us to bring back an update in regards to recruitment in our diversity program in September. So all this questions you've asked, the data will be put in that September report. So we've already been directed to bring a report to committee for September. So we're working on that. So you'll have your full report in September.
So when fire services does intake, someone who is called and interested in a career in fire services and wants to take the course, do we hand them a toolkit of sorts where these are the colleges and institutions that deliver an acceptable and accredited program? Here are the various tuition fees, and here are the sources of potential grants or loans. Do we hand them this package to help them along?
Through yourself, Mr. Chair, the answer is absolutely we do. What we've done, we have an outreach coordinator. We've now combined outreach with our fire public education group. My goal is to have not just one recruit coordinator, but about 40 more people in public ed. So when we do our public interactions, we can talk and spread more information. When we do our workshops, we do have all this material available. Also, recently, in a partnership agreement with Human Resources, I now have a full-time person in recruitment just to assist these individuals once they go through the outreach, so we can keep in touch and help them along. So if they're having a challenge, we've now got a direct contact, someone that can work with them to help them, because we're finding that it can be rather daunting.
Is there an initiative to go into some of our strong neighborhoods and do outreach and encourage, does fire services take an information table at local festivals or fairs or outreach programs where they're promoting a career in fire services?
Through yourself, Mr. Chair, to members of the committee, the answer is absolutely. We do all of the above, and we're going to even continue and do more of that, but we've historically done that. We want to continue in making that initial contact. We're also looking at individuals that may want to see fire as a career. We're looking at putting on a one-week course, an opportunity for people to come in to, I'll use the term, a trial test, to see if fire service is truly for them. We're not only looking at careers as an operational firefighter, we're also talking about opportunities in communications or prevention or public education or other facets of our service. So we're trying to encourage people to look at any and all areas of the fire service as a featured job choice. So we're continuing to spread out and getting the message out.
So one final question, you've sort of touched on it, pre-screening, and to make sure that, welcome, Councillor Barlow, to make sure that people who are investing this kind of money actually have the qualifications, not just to pass the course, but to also have the ability to perform the job. So do we have a pre-screening strategy where we can let people know that you might be able to pass the course, but it's a low likelihood you'll ever be a firefighter, and nobody really wants to hear that. But can we save the upset down the road by talking frankly or pre-screening in any way to make sure that the right candidates are taking the course?
Through yourself, Mr. Chair, to members of the committee, that's one of the historical challenges, is that typically to enter a fire pre-service program, you had to have the educational background to enter the course. You had to have also the financial ability. The challenge is, once completed, then you had to go through the testing with municipalities, including visual, hearing, medical, the physical, the aptitude. And sometimes people weren't able to pass that. We've now worked with the Ontario Fire Chiefs, the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office. We now have a provincial facility where you can go in advance of your training. You can go through the physical testing, the medical, the hearing, the visual, the aptitude. Then you know, once you complete the education, you do have all the ability then to enter the career fire service. So in our program, through our outreach, we're encouraging people to go first for that testing before they make the investment of time and money for a career that may not be within their reach.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? There is the one motion from Councillor Mihevc. So we'll put, Councillor Mihevc, did you want to speak to it? We're going to speakers. No?
Just, I think, as a mechanism to do our due diligence and tracking, given that we've identified this as a very strong committee and council priority to make sure that our fire department looks like the community we serve, that we kind of monitor it by looking at the graduating classes and looking at their diversity component. So that's all that tries to do.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. A question for the mover? No. Oh, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I did hear Mr. Sales say he would endeavor to put in the September report a little more information around all of the costs, training, how we got to that by the Auditor General removing that, which we might have a chance to look at how we can do more assistance or through tests. Because just as we're really focusing on breaking barriers into Toronto Fire Service, there's another huge barrier to getting into Toronto Fire Service. And I think that kids from working class families and poor families should have access to work for the city and work in this capacity, and they simply don't. I could hardly afford to send my kids to that pre, so. Well, if you could do that, then I won't make a motion. I'll just ask you to do that. Thank you very much.
Great, we'll consider that a staff undertaking. Okay, so everyone's had a look at the motion. All those in favor? Carried on the main item. All those in favor? Carried. Item 5.7, transforming social housing, renewing partnership with city's social housing providers. And we had Councillor Mihevc hold that one down. And we have deputants. Tom Clement. Great, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Tom Clement, and I'm the Executive Director of the Cooperative Housing Federation of Toronto. And I'd like to thank the city staff for preparing this report, and to thank the committee members for giving us this opportunity to speak today. Over the years, I've had the pleasure to work with a number of councillors who have always been very supportive, and I'd specifically like to thank Deputy Mayor Pam McConnell, who's worked with us on the many housing issues, and also, of course, Councillor Anna Bailau, who's been a tremendous help in getting us to where we are today. So CHFT, the Co-op Housing Federation of Toronto, is a member-supported organization. We represent 45,000 people living in more than 160 housing cooperatives located in Toronto and York Region. And since 1975, we've been able to provide development assistance to nonprofit cooperatives, and our co-ops include townhouses, apartments, new construction, renovation of existing buildings. I'd like to start off today by applauding the city for the priority that the city has given the discussions concerning the federally administered housing co-ops who are facing cuts because of the federal government. These emergency short-term actions that we are working on together will help some vulnerable families, including seniors, people with disabilities, single-income families, to maintain their homes. This is we are really not just looking at housing policy, but we're really looking at keeping people in their homes. Additionally, the staff report correctly highlights the need for the provincial and federal government to meet funding requirements, with the federal government needing to reinvest savings from the expiring operating agreements in social housing, and for the also for the province to assume responsibility for their share of the cost of social housing. We know when the city speaks that both Ottawa and Queen's Park listens, and it is important to send them a strong message. For our part, the co-op housing movement has been lobbying both Ottawa and Queen's Park, meeting with federal MPs, all over the country, and specifically in the Toronto area, and also organizing meetings with members of provincial parliament. And we continue to try that to try to send them a message. I think that that in the last couple of years we've been building a much stronger relationship with the city and our housing co-ops, and it strengthened our long history of cooperation. And just last month, we partnered with the city and Toronto Community Housing to bring hundreds of people to the council chambers to rally on affordable housing issues. In fact, the crowd was so large that they had to set up a separate room because we'd exceeded the capacity in the room. And having said that, we also think there's a need to seriously engage Toronto community housing tenants and people living in nonprofits to ensure that they are at the table and their voices are heard as we move forward in transforming the city's social housing policy. I'd also like to take a moment and mention the capital repair financing issues that all social housing will be facing. In the co-op movement, we've set up our own mechanisms, and we are currently able to provide loans to federally funded housing co-ops, and we've already provided 11 of these loans across the country, and another 21 co-ops we're working on refinancing them. So we've already set up that capacity, and we look forward to bringing our expertise to the table and working with the city to develop strategies to finance capital work in existing nonprofits and co-ops. And having said that, I'd just like to thank once again the city for this opportunity to speak today, and look forward to any questions you might have. Did I make the 5 minutes?
Great, thank you, Mr. Clement. You're almost right on the nose. Questions for the deputant, Councillor Mihevc.
Just a quick question. I know you folks do great work in the co-op sector, and if anything, we're not appreciative of enough. My question, though, is around governance. Do you do workshops around governance of co-ops so that, you know, once the co-op gets its board together,
Yep.
that they have all the skill sets that they need, and they have,
Yeah.
they understand the response, you know, the whole gamut of issues related to board development?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been offering the board course since the mid-'70s, and our training materials are written in plain language. We both go to the co-ops to do the training, and we have some centralized courses as well. We also have an online training option. Our staff also work extensively, including myself, in going to co-ops, meeting with boards, and where they need additional support, attending the meetings of that board to help strengthen them in governance. So we have the plain language materials available, but we also have somebody who can be like a board mentor. And in some cases where co-ops are in difficulty, we've even worked to bring in and add some outside directors to strengthen them. But governance, as everybody knows, is a complicated issue. And, but we feel we have an excellent toolkit, and we have very experienced people who can come and meet with them. And if, you know, when there are examples of this, and I've worked with some counselors where, you know, the co-ops may have had severe problems, and we put together a plan to get the co-ops back on track. It's not, it doesn't happen overnight, but in some cases we work with co-ops for a period of up to 2 years till they get back on track. So I think we have some pretty good materials.
Great, okay, thank you. That's very helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the deputant? No? Great, thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Harvey Cooper, Managing Director, Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada, Ontario Region. Mr. Cooper, thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Harvey Cooper, and I am the Managing Director of the Ontario region of the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada. We represent some 550 nonprofit housing co-ops in the province, proud home to some 125,000 co-op members. So I welcome the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of those members. First of all, I want to thank the City Councillors on the Community Development and Recreation Committee, and through you to the rest of Toronto City Council and Mayor John Tory for your keen interest and ongoing advocacy with the federal and Ontario governments on critical affordable housing issues. In this regard, I actually believe Toronto has been a role model for other cities and towns, not only in the province, but throughout the country. And not to single out any particular councillors, we know around this table and council as a whole, it's been very much a collective effort But let me acknowledge, as my colleague Tom Clement did a moment ago, Councillors Anna Bailau and Pam McConnell, who in particular, their ongoing efforts and advocacy work on the Close the Gap campaign and the expiry of federal operating agreements is greatly appreciated. I also want to thank the General Manager of the Shelter Support and Housing Administrative Division and his staff at the SSHA for the work on this report. We are supportive of the recommendations and the overall thrust in the report. We look forward to the ongoing partnership with the city as we work through those details. Just to echo again, a key issue for us, and as Tom commented, really we want to congratulate the leadership the city has shown for those federal co-ops who are facing the withdrawal of subsidy for their low-income members. And at stake are literally a number of households who live in fear of losing their homes due to withdrawal of those funds. We see them across this city, across this province, across the country. They are single parents, people with disabilities, new Canadians, Aboriginals, and low-income families. And we are absolutely delighted that working with the city, we're able to come up with some short-term actions that will bridge us to hopefully a long-term solution from senior levels of government. One of the areas mentioned in the report talks about the existing portfolio and quality standards and performance measures, and I think the document raises important issues regarding responsibility and accountability to residents of housing providers. And it's important, I think, to keep in mind that as we do that work, that co-ops are the only form of resident-controlled social housing in Ontario. We are governed by the Co-op Corporations Act, and residents are members of the co-op. Co-ops elect the board of directors annually from their membership, and they actually have a direct accountability mechanism built into the very structure of the organization. They also contribute to the operation and the life of the community through a range of volunteer activities, and I think that their involvement gives them a unique role in the management and the governance of their housing and makes them actually direct stakeholders in the successful operation. So as the city is approaching this new framework, I think very important to keep in mind the uniqueness inherent in the co-op model, as well as the benefits, the contributions that are derived from the autonomy of all nonprofit housing and co-op providers. So I believe we're on the same page as the city. We want to focus on outcomes. How do we get there? One of the concerns, and I'll just raise it here briefly, one of the examples used was the region of Waterloo. So I'll just mention our co-ops there have had some concerns that while the focus was on outcomes, what we're seeing though is more detailed regulatory requirements. Co-ops and nonprofits are being asked to do monthly activity reports. So let's ensure that that's not where we're going. We're trying to get to better outcomes for all, stability for the city's housing programs, and respecting the autonomy and that providers have, and that the outcomes are something we can all agree on. So in closing, again, on behalf of the wider cooperative housing movement, I would like to applaud the city for the direction that you're taking, both for the existing portfolio and looking for the future, and we look forward to that ongoing partnership, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for coming in. Questions for the deputant? I just have a couple.
Sure.
So at the local level, you sort of touched on it at the end in reference to Waterloo and an increasing onus on nonprofits to produce reports.
Yeah.
Take on more when
Yeah.
there's less.
Very good question, Councillor Pasternak. I think the goal of that region, I know the goal of the city, is what are we trying to achieve in terms of housing providers and housing system? And I guess how you go about achieving it is very important, and why I gave the Waterloo example. I think there were agreed upon goals, but how they're getting there is a lot more detailed work on the ground for housing providers to provide, fairly specific information that may not be that relevant to the overall goals. So I guess it's a little bit of a caveat that as we're trying to reach a certain point, these are pretty slim budgetary organizations, nonprofits and co-ops. To ask them to take on a lot more administrative responsibility beyond the existing regulatory framework, which already, I think city staff would agree, is pretty heavily regulated, is a concern that we have.
On the co-op side, when someone wants to get into a co-op, is it usually a very long list? Are these, once you're in, you stay in forever? Is that?
Well, no, I don't think that's true. I think what we notice is, I think there's a great deal of resident satisfaction in housing cooperatives, and this isn't just us saying it as associations of co-ops. CMHC does a fairly major, thorough study of the co-op programs, both the federal and provincial ones. And they have found very high level of satisfaction from co-op residents. The people that ultimately move out generally don't move to other rental housing. They may accumulate liquidity, they may buy a condo, their life circumstance may change. So anecdotally, what we've noticed is people who move on usually have some change in their family composition or life experience, or they're going into the ownership model. But essentially, we're owned collectively, but it is a rental model. If they're staying in the rental market, they tend to stay in the co-op.
So it's transitional?
Yes and no. We see it as mixed income housing. Percentage of the residents receive a rent geared to income subsidy. We're a very diverse sector. For those who want to make that their home, we think that's admirable. It creates a more diverse, vibrant city. For those who maybe want to stay a few years, save some funds and move into the ownership market, that's fine as well, because it creates some vacancies for new folks to move in.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for the deputant? Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really general question. Just in terms of all the kind of trends and even stats you've mentioned and where the co-op sector, if I could call it that, is headed and has been in Toronto, could you just even direct me to a source of that kind of material and information?
Yeah, we'll, after the meeting, we'll maybe send you some links to some websites, ours and CHFT. We both have quite a bit of data on there, so we can be only too pleased to send you that.
Or maybe to all committee members.
Sure, we can do that, yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Bailo?
I just want to make sure we understand this correctly. So co-op, it's a mixed model.
Yep.
The RGI units, they still have to go through the process of income verification. So people that receive the subsidies do receive income verification on an annual basis.
Yes.
And the others are basically paying market rent. They choose to be in a cooperative model, but they are paying market rent and helping actually subsidizing some of the other rents. Is that correct?
Yeah, Councillor Bailo, that's exactly it. About half the co-ops in the city, roughly, interestingly enough, were started under federal programs from the early 1970s to the early 1990s, and the other half from provincial programs from the early 1980s to the mid-90s. And those provincial ones are now administered by the city. Those tend to have a little bit of a higher percentage of those who are on rent geared to income, as opposed to the federal ones, which the percentage is lower.
And actually what is happening here, what the city is doing is actually going on one by one with these co-ops. That is, the contracts are terminating and actually verifying what the condition is, because some of them are actually doing quite well, and we're able we'll be able to sustain, they will have probably to tap into their reserves, so there'll be challenges, but we're working with them. In the meanwhile, with other ones, we have to give a little bit
Yep.
more assistance, but we are being
Yep.
careful and assisting them in the process as well.
Yeah, no, and again, I think that's a very good categorization of what's happening. The only thing I would add to that, for those federal co-ops, and that's why we're hoping the federal and provincial governments come to the table soon. So all those co-ops signed 35-year mortgages starting in the early 70s, and that's why they're coming out over time, depending on when the project started. So they've received assistance, capital assistance gets the building up, and then ongoing assistance for those residents who are getting a supplement. What we noticed, and Tom mentioned in his deputation, all those co-ops, they're 35 years old. As is the norm in the residential housing industry, they are going to have to make, sooner rather than later, major capital repairs, depending on the building envelope, if it's a high-rise or townhouse, and roofs, boilers, driveways, et cetera. So we do not see it as sustainable beyond a few years for them, because most of them will have to take out a second mortgage, to actually, so they won't be mortgage-free, to make the capital improvements at the same time to subsidize the low-income households. So it's not sustainable over the long haul. It may be sustainable because they don't have to make the repairs in the next year or two, but to ask the market-paying members over the long haul to subsidize their neighbors, and essentially what is an income redistribution program that one would think is the responsibility of governments, particularly senior levels of governments, it's just not sustainable over the long haul that the co-op will be able to do that and look after their low-income members. And we've had cases where they're doing it right now because nobody, and particularly in a co-op, they know people well. These are their neighbors, their families. Nobody wants to see anyone lose their home. But for us to take on the responsibility that belongs, and frankly, the costs are modest. We've tabled those. We can get those to the committee. We really appreciate the city's advocacy. To have levels of government step away from programs that have worked so well for a generation or over a generation, when we've already got massive numbers of households on waiting lists, to let the carpet roll up behind us, it's about one of the frankly worst public policy decisions that I've witnessed, and I've been involved in housing for over 30 years. So keep up your pressure, and we're certainly working day in, day out, both at Queen's Park and
So
Parliament Hill.
even though that the city is joining efforts with you and we're doing everything we can to maintain these units alive, if they don't come to the table, we're going to lose social housing stock.
Well, because those are real people who are in those units who require income assistance. So if some level of government doesn't step up, eventually they won't be able to pay the market rents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Any other questions? I'm going to take the liberty of going to a second round because I have a follow-up question. So it seems like municipalities are battling it on two fronts.
Yeah.
How do you create brand new, and how do you preserve what you have?
Yeah, Councillor Pasternak, you've, I think, very well focused the problem. There is a huge challenge, the City of Toronto more so than any other urban municipality, with the size of the existing waiting lists. And again, there is a modest affordable housing program compared to the programs that we saw where, the co-ops and nonprofits were built in the 70s and the 80s right up to the mid-90s. It doesn't make a huge inroads into the existing waiting lists that you have. So I think we need a lot more resources, particularly again from both the senior levels of government to make a dent in that backlog. At the same time, the existing portfolio is very important. TCHC has 58,000 units. In Toronto, we have, 16,000 units of co-op housing. You have 240 housing providers that you're working with. So ensuring that we can maintain those homes, both in terms of the stock and, most importantly, the people who are currently getting income assistance, is a major challenge, and you know better than me, you're the level of government who's probably doing the most and can afford it the least. So we're with you. We do a lot of work at Queen's Park and Parliament Hill, and we're hoping to constantly ensure that affordable housing is a front burner issue on the minds of those in public life at those levels of government.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Well, thank you very much for coming in. Questions of staff, Councillor Mahevik?
Yes, thank you very much. To the General Manager of S Shelter, Housing Support, etc. Can I ask the same question to you that I've asked of staff? And I know now of the number, we have about 240 housing providers. What kind of board development do we do and board oversight do we do? And maybe I'll just go back up. My interest is really to make sure that we have strong board structures and for not for TCHC, but all the others, and that also that we have a way of monitoring. I'm sure we all have in our case, I have lots of housing providers, not just TCHC. Some are great, some need to up their game. Some board members have been around forever for these not-for-profits. They do things. And it seems that we have very little ability to hold them to account and to make sure that they're operating at their best.
Okay, through the chair, I'll start with probably a more general answer, and then if you need more specifics, I'll hand over to Mr. Cressman. So there are 240 providers, and as described in this report, they are of varying sizes and capacities. So there are some who actually, in terms of board governance, are doing quite well. There are others who, because of for a variety of reasons, may be a little less sophisticated. So there's a number of things we do as a matter of course. I have in Rob's unit social housing consultants, each of whom has a portfolio of providers that they work with. Part of the role is it's an accountability and a monitoring and that, but part of the role is capacity development, trying to pick up on issues, providing support where necessary. We actually do provide training programs ourselves. We partner in some cases with other organizations like ONFA or the Co-op Federation, sometimes in a preventive way, sometimes to try to remediate a problem. We do operational reviews regularly. I believe it's a three-year cycle with all of the providers. TCH is a bit of an exception. And part of what we're looking at through the operational reviews are a set of governance-related questions. So we're trying to keep on top of it. The challenge sometimes, though, is, as the deputants mentioned, these are independent, fiercely sometimes independent corporations that really are striving to protect their independence. Maybe I'll go at odds with the deputants here, sometimes against their own interests. One of the opportunities that we're looking for through the directions we're going in this report is to try to get some of the smaller providers, some of the smaller corporations to consider partnerships, mergers, collaborations, which we think is going to strengthen governance.
Okay, so, to be quite frank, and so this is the basis of my next question, is I don't know, in, say, for example, my ward, I know all the TCHC buildings, I know who the contact person is, and so on. How many of those folks do you have, say, not supervising, but providing supports for the 240 housing providers? How many city staff do we have doing that?
How many staff do you have? But we have about 25 to 30 staff who are carrying portfolios. So Depending on the complexity or the size, somebody might carry 20 providers, somebody might carry fewer if they're,
That's their
projects in
only job.
difficulty.
That's their
That's their only job, yeah.
Okay, so, well, may I suggest, would you be open to sharing with all members of council, frankly, 240, and who are the contact persons for those 40?
So we
We
would be happy to share that information with you again. At the beginning of the term, I sent out materials on all of our programs and contact names. And I think the information you're looking for is in there. I'll make sure that it is, and we'll get that out again.
We got a lot of binders when we started, yes. Yes, and so the strategy, can I ask you this? When was the last time you did a board governance workshop?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've not ourselves done a board governance workshop, but we've partnered with ONFA and CHF, and we'll certainly, if we think a board needs that, we'll call up those organizations.
When's the last time you did one?
That we've done one?
Or they've done one, or together?
They do them on a regular basis. They have a cycle every year where they provide these board.
When's the last time your 240 were directed to go to one of them?
They have to do it as part of the contract. New staff have to do it.
Our staff or the,
So we'll get this information to you, but new board members, my understanding is new board members are required to go through training. The housing providers that we have a relationship with are required to do the board training, and there's other training for staff that they have to do as well. We can get all of that information to you.
Okay,
Can more be
Councillor,
done? Yes.
Councillor Mahavik, we're closing in on 6 minutes. If you want to go a second round, we can.
Second round, yes, second round.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff? Yeah. You ready? Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
240 providers, how many units overall? How many homes, units?
Approximately 93,000 units under our administration.
Excluding Toronto Community Housing.
Yes, they have about
They have
closing in on
58.
two-thirds.
Pardon me?
They have approximately two-thirds.
Oh, including, so this is where it gets complicated
So
here.
TCHC is
So they
close
have 58,000 units,
of
and altogether there's
93,000.
93,000 units. So I'm looking that that's 35,000 units spread over 240 providers.
That's correct.
239 if you're counting Toronto Community Housing as one of the 240, are you?
That's correct.
So that's over 239. And the sizes there, we're just looking at providers. You know, some there's one group and they have one building. You
That's
have that
correct.
somewhere that's clearly laid out. You know, the Co-op Housing Federation or the co-op housing sector has a certain number. You know, they're a hefty group. And then there's other small wee places that are doing their best.
Yeah, so whether it's a nonprofit or a co-op, there are some providers whose portfolio is essentially one building, and there are others who will have quite a number of, nothing the size of TCHC, obviously. So there's a real range of size.
The range, that's what I'm interested in.
It's a huge
Is that
range.
somewhere, have you reported on the range of size somewhere?
Yeah, I think that information might be in what we've circulated before, but we can cut it
In that
anyway and we
binder
can give
that
it to
Councillor
you.
Mahavik has lost in the
Yeah.
binder? Okay.
We'll get that.
I can't
to you.
remember getting. So that would be interesting to see, to kind of look at, you know, we have one provider with 58,000, another provider, you know, what the range and scope is of those
And,
those
you know, and
housing
just-
providers.
And picking up on your questioning, one of the things that I think we talk about it in the report, we certainly talked about it around the report, is that we think that a practical size for a housing provider is in the order of 1,000 to 1,500 units in order to have the property management and governance capacity that goes along.
So I think that in looking at this, I feel that that would be a useful thing to put our minds to. And the operational review then, that your staff are looking after anything from one building to a number of buildings, one building with maybe 25 units in it that someone has started many years ago. So that would be helpful to think about. Secondly, the operational reviews that you do, who does the operational review of Toronto Community Housing, since you do them?
Right, so we have just completed one. We actually hired an external consultant to do what we call a service manager assessment. We hadn't done, since download, we had not done a full operational review of Toronto Community Housing for a variety of reasons. And so we've just done one. We're just going through the results, and we'll be reporting out to the board of directors at Toronto Community Housing early in July. Yeah.
So if we were to ask for the operational reviews for our housing providers without giving us the name and how well they've done or how great they are in certain areas and how they need to up their game in other areas, would you be able to give us an overview generally?
Yeah, yes.
You could. Have we ever had that at this committee before?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, that might be very useful to get.
We'd have to just figure out the appropriate level of detail that you wanted.
Yeah, what are the standards that you've set? What are your optimal standards for the service review?
So it's a whole range of standards that's based on the Housing Services Act. So it's everything from governance to how they manage their finances, to whether they're calculating RGI rents correctly, and so on. And much of it, to be fair, is sort of tick boxes. Whether, are they doing it? Is the board meeting? Is the board making decisions? That kind of thing. So a lot of it is yes or no, are they doing it? But then there's also best practices that we also give advice in terms of whether they could do things better. So if we were to do a summary, it would be more along the lines of how often do we see things that where we're not ticking off the box, or what are the kinds of issues that we're seeing in these operation reviews that have frankly led us to wanting to sort of raise the bar, as we say in this report.
So, and I'm just interested where you would do your forecasting and how. Just as an example, a building that I'm very familiar with, where the board of directors, established by churches, many houses, many buildings were established by churches, and the church congregation 35 years ago or 40 years ago, and the board being made up of the congregation, and now those members are in their 80s. And I'm just wondering if you're able to forecast some of those things, where you forecast, because at a certain point, that board is not going to be functioning and either needs a renewal, or there has to be a strategy to encompass those buildings with another service provider or in another way in order to maintain them as healthy, affordable homes.
Yeah. So I guess the way I'd respond to that is I don't think we do that in a formulaic way, but the relationship that a social housing consultant has with the portfolio of providers, it's an ongoing, it's a day-to-day relationship, and that would be the sort of thing that I and Rob would expect a social housing consultant to pick up on. The board's going to disappear or retire. What steps is the corporation taking to replenish the board, to rejuvenate? So that's how I'd answer that. Do we have a systematic way where we go out and we do a review of what you've just described? I doubt it.
Yeah, I'm not sure we do, but just, you said you could undertake getting us that information just to start, whether it's as a report or simply to the members. That would include, here's the this number of housing providers that have one building, this number that, or number of units?
That's easy.
Without naming every single one of them, but we'd have a sense of how that looks.
Yeah, that's easy.
Okay, and you'd be able to get that
Yes.
to us? Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions for staff other than myself? Councillor Mahevik? Are we on a second round? I'll take my first round. So when it comes to the federal funding envelope, these operating agreements are expiring, and I just want to understand, we're talking about 16,500 units in whole or in part that get federal funding. Is that?
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. And well, actually, yeah. So let me just check the numbers.
And
It's about right.
secondly, what is the timeline for the expiry of these various agreements? When will they start popping off these agreements? And there's a reference here on page 7 to new partnerships. Now, do we have stopgap measures that kick in as these agreements expire? Or is there any chance of renewal? What is our plan with these 16,000 units?
So the agreements have begun to expire, and the expiries, all of the agreements will have expired by 2031 or 2. So currently, through these agreements, the city, I think in 2015, we received revenue of around $140 million. By the time they've all expired, we will receive revenue of $0. So that's the impact on us. Rob's team has been meeting with the providers who are impacted now and in the foreseeable future to try to do an assessment of what their status is. And I think, as one of the deputies said, in some cases, or Councillor Baila actually said, in some cases, there are some providers coming out of agreements who are actually going to be in pretty good shape. They're going to own their asset, it's worth something, the building's in not bad shape, they have capital reserves, they've got a good mix of market and subsidized tenants. And so how we partner going forward with them might be different from how we have to partner with a provider who is much more heavily subsidized in terms of percentage of units, who doesn't have a good capital reserve and who needs a lot of repairs. So we're dealing with them one-on-one, and the directions that we're recommending in this report are trying to take us to a systematic way of how we have relationships with providers. At the moment, it's one by one. It's very circumstantial.
So as the subsidies expire and those co-ops with a mixed, sort of a blended array of units, some at market value, some at below, is there anything to prevent the co-ops from then going more for those tenants who will pay full market value for the units and peeling off the subsidized units, or do we have a regulatory framework in place where that can't happen?
That is what we need to develop. That's what this report is partly about. The reality is that once the operating agreement expires, the obligation of the provider to remain within the social housing program expires as well. The provider then owns their asset and they're free to go. So most of them, as somebody mentioned, Councillor Fletcher mentioned, churches and so on, most of them entered the program because there's a social purpose in their mandate. They would like to stay if they can, but they're free to go. So we have to try to work out a relationship that doesn't diminish the stock of affordable social purpose housing in the city. And it may be that there are a number of different frameworks depending on circumstances. But we don't have that right now. So in part, we're very concerned about the loss of federal funding. In part, we're very excited about the opportunity to design a relationship that is in the city's interests for the city's purposes, with the caution that the deputant gave that we don't want to design something that is going to be worse than what people have to do now.
So in other words, it's a double whammy of sorts. One is the expiry of the various operating agreements, and then a consequence being that it starts peeling off the affordable units within those. And that's something that we would be
That
looking
is
to
a
staff
that's
to
a
move quickly to
possibility.
make sure that.
Yeah, that's what we want to avoid.
On the capital side, for the 240 nonprofits, is there not a piece within a rent, I guess the rental charged, isn't there an obligatory piece that is for a capital reserve on site that's to be used for emergency repairs or long-term maintenance and those kind of things that come up that create this capital backlog?
Yes. So one of the conditions of the agreements that they entered into was to contribute every year into a capital reserve. The reality is that at the time of download, much of the capital reserve in totality was inadequate. We inherited damaged goods in that sense. Now, it varies from provider to provider. Some have a pretty healthy situation. Many do not. And just throw out some numbers. A few years ago, when we had federal and provincial stimulus money, we went out and we did building condition assessments of about 3/4 of the nonprofit housing providers. And based on that, we estimate now that the difference between what they have in their reserves to fund capital repairs and the capital needs, right now it's around $23–25 million. However, over the next 10–15 years, that's going to grow to about $500 million because of the limitations of the capital reserves. So one of the streams, one of the recommendations in here is to try to develop a strategy for actually addressing those capital financing needs. It's not necessarily that the city has to come up with the money. We've got to look at all options.
Thank you very much. It looks like I'm way over time. A second round, Councillor Mihevc.
You know what, I'll pass. Given the time constraints, and I'll speak.
Are there any motions? No? We'll go to a speakers list. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you. Well, first, let me say I think the report is very good. I think all the different pieces are there. The one piece that I think needs some enhancement, and that's why I'm moving this motion, is around board development and board accountability. And maybe just to illustrate it by way of a single example, most of the housing providers in my ward, and of course I have TCHC, I have co-ops, I have not-for-profits, the whole gamut, most of them are running extremely well, and they operate at a high level. But there are some that you might say that there's been a little bit of inward looking, and they defend their institute, their building vigorously, and sometimes inappropriately. So there's this one case of the board decides not to let the tenants use the top floor community space or the ground floor public community space as well. And it's the decision of one person who is very strong on the board and has been there from the beginning and has history in that kind of thing. So there's all kinds of things that can happen, and they really, in trying to sort it out, they just basically tell you to take a hike, that it's their building and that's the way it is. So I think some of these boards, it seems to me, do need to kind of feel that you are responsible for your board and you're actually accountable in this way and that way to City Hall as well. I think that would be, frankly, a step up. And it's only really, frankly, for the very few on the negative side. On the other side, having these boards are, frankly, they're factories of democracy. They learn how to run meetings. They learn how to deal with conflict. They learn how to take care of books, financial books and records and so on. So they're important institutions for our local communities. And even access, do we even know how diverse they are? Whether there's been attempts in all these boards to make sure that those boards reflect the diversity of our community. So I think I'm left, frankly, in this brief discussion with more questions than answers, and I think coming back, asking staff to come back to look at ways that we can enhance board development and board accountability, I think is a good thing to do. So that's why I move that motion. Sure.
It does sound to me like you've got a problem, and now that is a very big issue to sort out the problem. Would you not think that within the operational performance reviews that are done, that one of the performance standards would be functioning of the board and that it's meeting a certain standard? So,
Absolutely. The reason why I told
no,
that story is it was anecdotal. It was not, I'm not trying to drive a policy because of
right,
Bill's
but I
story.
understand. So perhaps that's actually the function that needs to be strengthened in the performance measures, in the performance matrix, so that once identified, then there's a strategy for that. And I'm not sure that that's strong enough in the performance matrix, or that there's somebody that can be called in order to move on that front. I think that's a big report, and I don't want all, do you not think that this kind of sends a message to all social housing providers that they all need some board governance? That it's a bit of a hammer on a fly, perhaps, and there might be other ways to ask staff to report back on how they're measuring board performance and intervening where it is below standard.
Okay, well, my intent here is not to certainly use a hammer to kill a fly. My intent is not to call into question the whole thing. But maybe to report, and I'm open to wording to say, take a look at that. In my work on this committee, we've never taken a look at that. There's a lot of players out there. And if nothing else, even do a presentation next time on how this whole thing, I'd like to probe this a little more deeply.
I understand, Councillor, that you want to probe it more deeply, and I agree with you. I'm just looking, I heard staff say after your questions that they have a performance matrix for their operational reviews, and they have staff that do that. And I'm wondering if that gets caught well enough or not. And I'd prefer to have staff tell us how they measure that in their operational reviews, rather than have a whole or all-encompassing piece. Perhaps that, so that's my only problem with this, because I've got a lot of great providers, and then it looks like we don't have faith in housing providers and their boards, and that is my one concern. That's a message I don't want to send. I'd like to send the message. Would you not agree a better message is board accountability is important, and that's one thing that our staff should be measuring more closely?
Sure. If you want to suggest wording,
I will suggest, I'll try to figure that out, but it's hard. Yes.
Mr. Chair, can I maybe make a suggestion? Sure. So, recommendation 2 of the report directs the general manager to report back on quality standards and performance measures. Maybe we can just say including board development and accountability, board
that
governance.
sounds great. That sounds great.
Would that be suitable?
That's why we pay them the big bucks. So if I'm hoping clerks can...
Yeah, we can adjust, we can revise that motion. Let's tinker with it just slightly to have it fit in with recommendation 2.
It's after social housing and right at the end, comma, including board development and board accountability. I'm happy with that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we'll just bring that forward once it's revised. Any other speakers to the item? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I just want to address a number of things, and in particular, I want to address the forecasting, because at this juncture, and we are forecasting in here, we're saying it's 35 years, and there's a lot going on, in a general way, and maybe the deputy city manager can help me with some more. She's very good at the wording. She just fixed that last one so well. Very happy to have you here. That kind of forecasting what's next. So what's next for the little church group that's 85 years old, selling their church that has a apartment building attached to the church? And nobody seems to know that. So, including the church that's selling it, and I'm getting very particular, but these are going to happen more often now. We are going to be witnessing that these boards are aging, they're attached to certain churches that are leaving the neighborhoods, and we have orphans that are going to be made in communities. So I think the forecasting of that in particular is very important. And number 3, we're going to do that. I'm addressing that that's there in number 3. That operating agreements expiring, these aren't necessarily expiring operating agreements. These are expiring boards that they still have an operating agreement. The board is going, and they are not going to be capable of kind of managing those properties for much longer. So forecasting where they are in order to have a strategy to either have another provider overtake or undertake that housing on their behalf, or where we have projects in distress, boards that aren't doing well, and providers that aren't doing well that are these singleton providers, in having other more established agencies take them over. And I have had this happen twice now in my area, taken over by a longer and more established provider. And that is, one of them, I believe, was through our department. The other just happened to be happenstance because they wanted to sell it. So my own experience tells me that with 240 providers and 35,000 units, there's a lot of small one-offs out there that are kind of not only nearing their life cycle in the building, but their life cycle in governance. And to flag that and forecast that and get ahead of that curve is pretty important. Because lastly, what I just want to say is the importance of this great number of housing providers that we have. And we tend to just focus a little bit too much on Toronto Community Housing. I'm very happy to hear that we're doing a performance review of Toronto Community Housing as the city. We're doing performance reviews of all other affordable housing providers. But it's a very rich tapestry of housing that we have in the city. And that there's so many of these housing providers, including, first and foremost, co-op housing providers who've come together with the single purpose of creating great homes and affordable homes for people in the city of Toronto from many decades past, and other small providers and other large providers like Wood Green in my area that have their mission to provide affordable housing for people in the city. It's their mission. It's their social purpose. We sometimes tend to forget that it's an incredible thing that they do. They put their resources, they put their money, they put their energy, they put their heart into creating affordable homes and affordability. And what an important building block that is in the city, whether it's in the anti-poverty strategy, whether it's in diversity in our city, whether it's in just keeping it affordable in a city where costs are going up. So I just want to pay tribute to all of those 240 housing providers and to those who came today, as the world would be very different without them. I know that we're at the time when we're very focused, and we're happy to have Councillor Bylaw on our committee because she has been a crusader for affordable housing from last term into this term, that we have so much energy that we want to put into creating affordable housing. There's never been a time where we've had this kind of liftoff, and yet we have all this set of problems around the money, around the renewals, around how do we get to new housing. So the mayor has his task force on TCHC. I'm sure they're thinking about a few other things as well in general about housing. But it's a really good moment for housing. How do we fix all of the peripheral problems? In the past, we've had lots of money and no desire to build housing. It's been hard to build housing in the city. It's been hard to build housing in City Hall. People blocked it for many years, building affordable housing or social housing. So we have a great will to build. And how can we bring all the money, bring all of the necessary resources to the table to build to continue to build and to fix the problems. So I think we're committed to that, and thanks staff for being right on the cusp of making everything happen.
Great, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Bello.
I just want to follow up on some of the remarks that were done. I think that our chair asked a question to one of the deputants that summarizes quite well what we're facing is how do we build more housing and how do we repair the housing that we have? And I would even dare to add one other challenge is how do we serve the housing and the tenants that we have in a proper and respectful and efficient way. So I think those are really the three areas that we're facing with many, many challenges. But I agree with Councillor Fletcher. I think that we have the momentum in the city and with residents. I mean, when we're starting to have polls across the city that residents of Toronto identify housing as the key main issue in the city, I think we are at least in the right path to with our communications and with our conversations that we're having with Torontonians. And Torontonians understand that if we are to have a great, vibrant, livable city, this is an issue that needs to be addressed. We talk about transit all the time. Transit has had the support of Torontonians for a long time, and I think now housing is at the same level. So, and I think it makes sense because you cannot bring economic development into the city. You cannot bring prosperity into the city if you do not address these two core issues. And so I think that we have the will of Torontonians. I think we need to take that will and translate it into partnerships also at the provincial and federal level. I think that we've shown by several programs here at the city. Today we showed it at once again, our Open Door program that we've released, that we continue to invest in housing. And I think that we've identified this as a priority in our city, and we need to continue our advocating efforts, never forgetting our responsibility as a city as well and in delivering the services. And I think that's what this report here says, is that we're committed to continue improving the delivery of our services, but we continue to ask our partners to join us on that deliverable.
Great, thank you, Councillor Barlow. I'll just wrap up, and we have one more minor motion, but generally speaking, a thank you to staff for bringing this forward, because housing must be an ongoing conversation. It must always be coming back to this committee, onto the council floor, in discussions with our federal and provincial counterparts, and looking for solutions within the municipality, within the city, on these fronts. And when we talk about fronts, we're really fighting on two fronts. One is to maintain and protect what we have, the current housing stock in its many different forms, whether it be with some of our 240 agencies and providers that are providing one segment, or of course making sure that TCHC is able to provide the affordable housing option as well. So preserving what we have means creating the solutions before us as various provincial and federal funding sources come into question on their long-term availability and what we can do as a city to make sure that we don't lose those units, that they're not peeled off and put into the marketplace. And certainly when it comes to driving new, there's a couple of ways that have been apparent in recent months that are the main, are what we should focus on, are the main forces. And certainly when we are getting these development applications in, it must be driven as those negotiations are taking place regarding number of units, density, height, parking spots, and all those other areas in the negotiations must be included, the affordable housing option. And recently at Planning and Growth Management, we passed a package that will be going up to council in the Tippett regeneration area, where we were very excited to secure commitments from private sector applicants as well as Build Toronto for approximately 250 affordable housing or home ownership units within this development as it goes forward. Well, what does the future also bring? And that's more emphasis on the rent supplement agreement and the housing allowance. Two vehicles that we have at our disposal that are extremely flexible, that do not require major capital outlays, and that can be moved around and made sure that they're surgically targeted to those who need it most. And both those problems have their weakness. Both those programs have their weaknesses, and some of it is governed by statute, which impairs our ability to leverage them as best we can. And those are certainly areas, because we can't have people waiting 10, 15, 20 years while we build another 15, 20, 30-story TCHC building. That's just not going to happen in a city where building costs are so expensive and land is so expensive. We need to be able to help people in rent relief in private sector existing buildings. So from that point of view, I think the conversation has been quite strong. There's a couple of amendments. I'm just moving some adjustments to recommendation 3 in the report. I guess I'm taking carriage of it. If we could have that on the screen. And we're just asking for a little more information coming back. Okay, and of course we have earlier Councillor Mihevic's motion as well. And we can vote on the two motions and the package as a whole. So those in favor of Councillor Mihevic's motion, that is carried. And amendments to recommendation number 3, all those in favor? That is carried. And the package as a whole, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Now, just from an administrative point of view, we did have the time items for service review presentations. However, there is one more item on the agenda, 5.9, childcare funding strategy. I would recommend to the committee that we finish that item, finish the entire main agenda, and then we go to service review presentations. I trust that is satisfactory. I believe Councillor Mihevic held it down on behalf of Councillor Davis. Well, let's go to other committee members. Are there any questions to staff on the child care funding strategy? Well, we can certainly go to visiting counselors. Counselor Davis, questions to staff on the child care funding strategy.
I don't have my report here. So just so I understand, we have been receiving 100% provincial funding for the last 3 years,
Yes, that's correct.
and that money has not been matched by the city. We've just been receiving the 100% provincial dollars.
Yes, the city's contribution has been largely flatlined.
So going back, the city's contributions actually have been flatlined for about a decade.
Not quite that long, but close to it. The report goes back to 2005, yes, a decade, sorry, Councillor.
And historically, the city has cost-shared or matched
Historically, prior
80-20.
80/20 for program dollars, 50/50 for administrative dollars.
So I don't understand, your report says that we benefit from, and they froze the municipal contribution at the time they began, or required municipal contribution, they capped it. At the time, they moved to 100% funding, and that is the required contribution now.
That is the required contribution, and in those days, we were paying more than our fair share as a result of the province not indexing its contributions.
But now that we've been absorbing 100%, all the provincial money, and not adding any city contribution, you gave me figures last year that showed that we were at about 17%. To the provincial.
In the current 2015 budget, it looks like we're about 19% overall.
Right. So we've even followed, we've now, last year was 17, I think the year before was 18. It sort of went up, as I recall. So this model you've put before us over an 8-year period will phase out our reliance on the reserve and build a sustainable budget. Would it be possible for you to develop another alternative scenario that could possibly have the phase in a bit faster, and then that contribution because this is basically a status quo scenario, right?
It's developed to maintain current service levels.
Right. And our biggest challenge is capital money for expansion to allow us to meet our service plan and equity objectives. Is that correct?
That's correct. Our capital priorities are building new spaces for infants and toddlers.
So if we were to look at a faster phase-in or increase our municipal contribution and look at I'm kind of wanting the chair to hear just because I haven't worked this out with him. If we were to restore the traditional 80-20 cost sharing and match 20% on any new provincial dollars, could we actually build a scenario that would add more money to our capital reserve and enhance our program of expansion?
So we could certainly do that and increase, so it would be an increase from 500,000 in year one to 1.1 million, and put the dollars into the capital reserve. I would point out, though, that we did transfer $11 million into the reserve last year, and we were conscious of the city's fiscal priorities for 2016.
But $11 million in the capital reserve will build how many spaces?
It would build about 180 spaces.
And our waiting list is?
17,200.
Right. So we do need, so for the benefit of the chair, it would be possible to develop a 5-year scenario with a 20% contribution, which has historically been our contribution. Oh, I have a feeling that Councillor Cole is working on something, and anyway, no, I just want to make sure we're sort of working together, I'm sorry. 20% contribution. So we could develop a scenario, an alternative scenario to look at.
Yes, we can certainly develop an alternative scenario. This one seemed a practical scenario, though, and if you do look at the chart, it does factor in our projected growth in accordance with the service plan. When you look at the table on page 7 of the report,
For
the 8-year scenario, it does incorporate our projected growth in physical spaces as outlined in the service plan.
Okay. I understand.
Okay,
I understand, because that includes only 1,500 spaces.
that's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? All right, we're going to go to speakers list. Councillor Cole, we're on the speakers list. I understand you have a motion.
Maybe, is there anyone else to speak, just as okay, yeah, why don't you, visiting councillor might go first. But you can speak to it first, right?
Okay,
As a
well-
visiting.
Councillor Davis, we're on the speakers list. I understand that Councillor Mihevc is taking carriage of a motion.
I want to thank our staff, and I do want to thank our finance staff, and particularly want to thank outgoing Joe Pinichetti, who I have pushed over many years to say, let's build a multi-year plan to build a sustainable childcare budget. So what is before us is a multi-year plan by adding $500,000 a year over 8 years to take us out of the ongoing base budget shortfall. And I know that our general manager is being exceptionally prudent in her approach over 8 years. But I think this is the time that the City of Toronto needs to say, we need to be bolder. So I'd like to propose that, and I think maybe Councillor Mihevc even wants to do it faster than I'm suggesting. I think it's a very prudent proposal to say, let's do it over 5 years. But before because I do not have the costings, and neither have our staff done a very thorough analysis of it, how could we do it? Could we do it over 5 years? And could we restore the municipal contribution of 20 cents for every dollar that the province gives us, so that we begin to make our contribution once again to childcare? So this model, the motion is, if it could go on the screen, would be to say, send this to council without recommendation, ask for another model that says, do this in 5 years, restore the municipal contribution of 20%, and put additional funding into our childcare capital reserve so that we can continue to build childcare. And maybe it should say, or even maintain some in the expansion account. I mean, this fund was originally, and is still called, the Child Care Expansion Reserve. And the intention was, this funding was to begin to expand service levels. What Ms. Baxter-Tahir has done, and maybe, Joe, you want to change that, with contributions to the Child Care Capital and the Child Care Expansion Reserve, so that we maintain some funding for expansion in the future, because we also need child care minor capital, startup and operating funding. These are the kinds of things we always need when we start up child care. So that this would give us an alternative scenario to look at when it comes to council. My other thought was we defer it but that takes us to September, and that leaves a great deal of uncertainty, and I don't think that's fair for our staff either. So that we would get another alternative before us at council, and that we don't approve the one that's before us now. And I would just say that we have, over many years, criticized the provincial government for failure to fund our childcare program, because they were funding us based on an old funding formula and an old model. We're now into a new funding arrangement, and that arrangement has given us more money from the province. They're giving us 30% contribution, 30% of all of the funds across this province. It's built on a notion of equity across the province, and we are getting a larger share of the provincial funds. But I don't think we should walk away and say, okay, it's now 100% the provincial government's responsibility. It shouldn't be. If we want to ever meet the incredible demand for childcare in the City of Toronto, we should step up and not just deal with the historic shortfall, but look going forward with building and making a real commitment to childcare at the City of Toronto. So that's my motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Davis. Just going to alter the procedures just slightly. I'd just like to go back to questions for staff, if that's okay with the committee. So just for clarity's sake, when we have the Child Care Expansion Reserve Fund, we replenish that fund on an annual basis depending on our variance. Is that a fair assumption?
No, it's
The
not.
discretion of the
No, that reserve fund has traditionally not been adjusted annually. We did make a contribution to the capital reserve fund coming out of the variance report last year.
Well, I mean, we have a variance almost every year with 75% to go into capital reserve accounts, and the other 25% is discretionary. Why was not the discretionary funds going into the Child Care Expansion Reserve Fund?
I don't know the answer to that, Councillor. Those decisions are generally made corporately. The fund was originally set up by provincial dollars at the wind down of the federal National Child Care Program in 2006.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I believe when that fund was set up, it was set up because we got one-time monies when they
That's correct.
continued the federal program. There was never any contemplation that the city would enhance that on a go-forward basis. This strategy is saying those funds are going to expire at a certain time. So if we want to maintain the current level of service, we need a strategy on how we reduce our reliance on that reserve and transition to a new model so that it's sustainable over the long run. And that was the direction I understand that Council gave, was come back with a strategy on how we maintain those service levels.
Well, we have a reserve fund, and you're saying that in years where there was a variance, that was not replenished in any way.
Councillor, I should also clarify that 2015, or 14 rather, was a real anomaly for us where we did have a variance, where we did have an under expenditure. Traditionally, we have had to draw on our reserve to maintain service levels, so we did not have a positive variance.
Well, in the years I've been on council, the annual variance of the city is anywhere from 190 million to about 350 million. It is true, it's delegated authority to the CFO on where the reserve, where that 25% piece goes. But I'm surprised that this wasn't used to stopgap any kind of shortage on the child care side.
I think in the recent years, because we've had the Child Care Expansion Reserve Fund, we've had a pot of money that we've been able to use to maintain service levels, and that is why the surplus generally went to other priorities.
So when it comes to the National Child Benefit Supplement Reserve Fund, what is our current balance?
Do you know that? I'll get that for you, Councillor. It's $39 million. But it's used by a number of divisions, right?
So you're recommending the collapse of both the Child Care Expansion Reserve Fund and the National Child Benefit Supplement Reserve Fund?
The National Child Reserve...
And putting these expenses onto the tax base?
We are proposing to use only that portion of the National Child Reserve Fund that relates to children's services. That fund is also accessed by Shelter Support and Housing, and I believe by Toronto Employment and Social Services. The primary reserve fund that we're replacing is the Child Care Expansion Reserve Fund. All that is funded out of the national fund is 10 ARC programs, so it's nominal.
Well, you know, we have a wide range of reserve funds to protect us against anomalies in the marketplace and service levels. They are an insurance piece, and I am concerned that you're collapsing this fund that we can leverage in future years.
What we're trying to do with the fund, Councillor, is extend it as long as we can while we're incrementally increasing the tax-based supported portion of our program. And the strategy was to do that in such a way that it did not result in a significant annual increase. It could be done incrementally. It's similar to the strategy that was used in cultural funding.
Well, are we talking about the billboard tax? On the
Yes.
cultural side?
Where it was incrementally, it's been added to the
Right, but
base.
I wouldn't consider this to be apples to apples, but I'm concerned that these reserve funds that we may want at a future date our staff are asking to collapse them.
I think my recommendation would be, Councillor, that if there was a surplus at the end of the year and Council was looking at priorities in terms of where that surplus would be invested, I would certainly advocate for a continued investment in the Child Care Expansion Reserve Fund. But at this point, we're looking at a strategy that if there is not an additional investment in that fund, we're developing an incremental strategy that would allow us to maintain service levels while the fund is depleted.
But that's not what you're asking. You're asking that it be replaced.
Yes, incrementally, we're moving the funds that we withdraw from the reserve funds to the tax-based funds, and that's because ultimately the reserve-based funds will be depleted, and if we don't have the resources in the tax base, we will have to cut service levels.
Well, I would say you're putting us more at risk by relying entirely on the tax base rather than keeping a reserve fund and making sure we have funds to stopgap.
The problem is, Councillor, right now we're relying on a fund that is not replenished and that will ultimately run out. So we're trying to put in place an incremental strategy that will mitigate the impact of that fund running out.
Well, I can tell you that the Budget Committee and Council has the discretion. Those are discretionary funds, the final 25% of our annual variance, and they have the authority to decide which reserve funds it goes into. And do you see any problem with Council recommending that they go into the Child Care Expansion Reserve Fund?
No, I would have no problem with additional resources being invested in the Child Care Expansion Reserve Fund. Our primary priority, however, is to ensure that our annual budget is sufficient to maintain service levels.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, I'm going to hold this item down, and I'd like to go to service level presentations to the lunch hour. I think there's some more work to be done. I'm holding this item down. There's some more work to be done here. So why don't we go to the first set of service level presentation? I'm holding it down. So we'll come back to it after lunch, but let's get some service. Absolutely. So we'll go to service level presentations. We have numerous presentations. If we could keep it around the 5-minute mark, that'd be greatly appreciated. And certainly, if there's something you felt you left out, try and incorporate that when it comes to questions for staff. Yeah, so we'll hold it down because there's a little bit of clarity that we need. There's 2 motions that are still being worked on, so we'll come back to it right after lunch. Great. So everybody has the list of service level presentations. Are you starting off with a presentation? Or we go right into it?
So we have a number of service level presentations, and the first will be by Reg Paul, who's the General Manager for Long-Term Care Homes and Services.
And we'll entertain questions to the presenter at the conclusion of the presentation, not at the end of all the presentations. So we'll do it, we'll complete each, if you follow. So questions, some other standing committees do it differently. We'll do questions to the presenter while they're still sitting there, not later in the day.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm pleased to be able to come and present today the Long-Term Care Homes and Services Program service levels. The mission or mandate of Long-Term Care Homes and Services is to provide a continuum of high-quality long-term care services to eligible adults in both the long-term care homes and the community. We have 2 primary service areas. We operate 10 long-term care homes on behalf of the city, as well as 3 primary community-based programs, the Homemakers Nurses Services, Supportive Housing Services, and the Adult Day programs. 90%, over 90% of the budget is allocated to the long-term care homes. The remainder is focused on community programs. So just a little bit by the numbers. The scope of services, as mentioned, 10 long-term care homes. We have 2,641 approved beds. For the community programs, Supportive Housing Services provide service to over 500 clients. The Adult Day programs serve clients in 4 of our homes at 14,000 client days per year. Homemakers Nurses Services, 2,600 clients are served per year, over 86,000 client visits. It's also worthy of note that we have a very large volunteer program. We have over 2,200 active volunteers who contributed over 134,000 hours of service last year, which really equates to over 50 hours per resident, which is phenomenal engagement from our community. This is just to illustrate the map. The color coding of the long-term care homes is, as you will see in the lower portion of the map, is really just to acknowledge that we operate within 5 LHIN catchment areas, local health integration network areas. We have 9 supportive housing sites that we provide services at, and those locations are marked in black on that map. We're perhaps a little bit unique in the city in that our customer service contact is not at a counter. In fact, our services are provided 24/7, 365 days a year. So it is quite an intensive customer relationship that we have. The occupancy levels that are reflected in the middle column there are really to signify what level we have to achieve in order to receive full provincial or LIN funding. The supportive housing program, while it's a much lighter service that is provided, is a 24/7. The other two, the adult day program and homemakers and nurses services, are provided during the week, during the 5 days of the week. Just quick on the performance measures. You'll see that the long stay program in the homes, and again, it just illustrates here what the funding thresholds are for both the long stay program and for the convalescent program, which is provided. And we have a convalescent care program in 5 of our homes, and 66 of our approved beds are allocated to providing this community service. As far as the community programs are concerned, our service levels, as you can see, have been fairly stable over the years, and we have been operating within the budget that is available. And you can see again the types of services that are provided under each of these activities. So just specific then to the long-term care homes. Our challenges going forward, we have 5 homes, well 6 technically, that have been designated for mandatory redevelopment by the province. 1 home is already under redevelopment, which is Kipling Acres, and we have 5 others. And we will be bringing a report forward to council in September regarding a plan to move forward on those redevelopments. Second challenge is certainly the population that we serve. We serve really the most vulnerable of society. We have an aging population, obviously, and the acuity and complexity of the residents that we care for is really growing. Oftentimes they're coming in with multiple diagnoses. Tied to that as a challenge is provincial funding. Provincial funding for long-term care is extremely complex and is really not adequate to address the rising acuity and the complexity of care. Our opportunities that we see is certainly continued emphasis on service integration and collaboration partnerships. And you will see that in the fall again when we bring forward our capital redevelopment strategy and also our service plan, which will be presented in November to council. And just to acknowledge, there was a report that went to council in late 2013, which spoke about the health system funding reform. I won't go through this slide, but it's just kind of a quick illustration of the kinds of things that are currently underway, and I could certainly respond to perhaps any questions there. And this slide, again, speaks very specifically of some of the things that are happening. Going into 2016, one of the certainly financial challenges will be the reopening of Kipling Acres, because there was a number of beds that were set aside for a period of time. Those beds will reopen partway through into 2016. And these are just some other points. I would just highlight a second bullet from the bottom. One of the emerging issues that we have certainly been dealing with is that we serve in Toronto a very diverse population, over 50 countries of origin of our residents, 34 different faiths, denominations. We are allocated $7.87, although that number is rising as of July 1st for food by 16 cents, but it is inadequate to meet all of the diverse needs of food in our homes. Our community programs. Toronto has a higher proportion, as you would know, of seniors who are 65 plus, 14.4 compared to the GTA, which is at 11.5. It's estimated by 2031 that our city will be home to over 1.2 million seniors.
So it is a huge challenge because it is a growing and emerging priority. Our Homemakers and Nurses Services wait list is growing quickly. In fact, since the time of the preparation of these slides, our wait list is now over 620 for getting services. And you can see the opportunities here that we have identified around the opportunities for funding, because it's certainly a provincial priority and a LHIN priority and a city priority to help people to age in place and to keep them in the community for as long as possible. And again, just a quick highlight, most of the strategies really to address the challenges do involve money, and we've been fortunate, as I say, that it is provincial priorities and LHIN priorities that have been providing some enriched funding subsidies. So with that, I will conclude my remarks.
Great, thanks very much. Just a slight revision of my earlier suggestion with the hopefully with the support of committee. Why don't we do 10-minute presentations, but no questions till all the presentations are done. So presenters will have 10. We'll hold questions till all the service review presentations are done, and do those towards the end of the afternoon. Questions for the deputant? No? No, I'm revising what I had said earlier as our view of this is evolving. We're going, instead of a 5-minute presentation for each of the service review presentations, we'll go to a 10-minute, but we'll ask questions once all the presentations are done towards the end. Not now? That would be my suggestion. So what we're doing is we're increasing the time for each. Okay, thanks very much.
So why did you ask if we had questions?
You asked if you forgot.
Parks, Forestry, and Recreation?
Just, Mr. Chair, so the way it would roll would be, we'd hear these, then the deputants would speak, because they would have heard this, and then we'd come back to our questions of staff, of the deputants, and then we'd speak, right?
That is correct, yes. So just to review, 10 minutes for each presentation, no questions at the end of each presentation. We'll go through all the presentations. Later in the day, we'll obviously hear deputants, and then we will do questions for staff.
I think we should ask questions at each presentation.
All right, well,
I'm open.
all right.
Just a point of order, and maybe the deputy city manager can answer this. Are the staff giving these presentations going to be sticking around here regardless of this format? Or by us asking questions, does it free them up?
Outside of Children's Services, because we still have that report to deal with, it would free them up.
So if we were to ask questions as people present, they can then go on and...
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would strongly advise that we hear the presentations and ask questions towards the end of the day. It is true, staff will have to stay. But if we add 10, 15, 20 minutes of questions to each 10-minute presentation, you're going to have to go get a sleeping bag. Okay. Great. Thanks very much.
Thanks, everybody. I'm here to present on behalf of Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, the Community Recreation Branch, and to my left I have Howie Dayton, who is the Director of Community Recreation, and will also be my page turner today. Thanks. He can do much more, but he's turning pages currently. So the presentation will include a program map and a review of the community recreation service levels, our service challenges and opportunities, and the priority actions that we're currently pursuing and in future to achieve some of these results. If you see our program map, community recreation is the green, the green boxed area on the map, and it includes leisure recreation programs, such as public swimming and youth programs, drop-ins, outdoor leisure skating, community development, which includes youth outreach workers, investing in families, and our newcomer outreach, and a number of other sort of functional areas, instructional programs, all of the programs that see delivered in community recreation centers and some of our school sites and parks, permitted activities in recreation facilities, and that would be public access to pools and gyms and ice and rooms, and recreation facilities planning and development, which is the facilities operations component within community recreation. Just an overview of the scope of services in community recreation, which I should say is the largest delivery of community recreation in Canada, with over 1 million hours of recreation programs and over 9 million program visits of those that are counted to people of all ages and abilities. 135 recreation centers, 40 indoor arenas, 48 pads of ice, 64 indoor and 58 outdoor pools, 40 sites offering the after-school recreation care program, moving up to 50 in the near future, and a number of youth outreach workers with almost 200,000 annual contacts of youth, and almost 600,000 hours of community space being permitted in our facilities. So key service levels that we track in 2015, program hours, utilization, participant visits are key to how we measure the service that we deliver. And if you look at our 3-year trend, you'll see that we've sustained most of our service levels, and in some areas have increased as well. And some of the changes and the slight reductions you'll see are a result of some of the community closures that we've had in the last few years over renovations and retrofits, such as the Etobicoke Olympium or McGregor Park Community Centre. Also note, just to note the welcome policy trends, and you'll see that the trends changed over the years, mostly as a result of the introduction of the 16 community centers where programs are free. So you'll see a reduction in the year of that implementation, and we're seeing it level out now in 2015. And also, the Youth Outreach Initiative continues to build capacity to engage and refer youth to a number of community services, and you see the number of referrals increasing quite substantially, and we anticipate that trend to continue as we add more youth space in future years. Trend in program utilization. Just to explain, is represented by the program registrations versus the number of actual available spaces we have in a program. And we've continually improved utilization over the last few years, and that's been through effective program planning and management. We also anticipate that utilization to increase in the years to come as we continue to monitor and use space as effectively as we can. Another trend to exemplifies the number of program hours, and we also see that the number of program areas increases over the years, and that also reflects specifically as we open new buildings and new facilities, the number of program hours will increase and the services that we deliver in the community increases accordingly. An example, in 2015, we'll be opening the Parkway Forest Community Centre, the new Regent Park Community Centre, and then in 2016, the York Community Centre, which will impact these trends in future years. We do have our challenges, an ability to respond to the demand for recreation program services with existing resources. Many people, will indicate that many of our programs are full, especially the most popular programs for children and youth. And responding to that trend continues to be sometimes challenging. Ensuring that our recreation space is integrated with growth strategies. There are many areas of the cities that are in tremendous growth pieces right now, and we're working with planning to ensure that our spaces evolve as those communities evolve. The upcoming replacement of program and services software, which supports all of our program registration and facility permitting, is a program that will happen over the next 3 or 4 years when we actually replace the current registration software, which is coming to end of life, and implement a much more modern and user-friendly system, which I think will please many residents when that system is implemented. We also have aging infrastructure that puts a pressure on the state of good repair and repairs, and often has some pressures on our operating budget as we need to repair things on an immediate nature as things break. And just to note, over the next 10 years, we'll be spending over $550 million on state of good repair, which will bring our current state of good repair backlog down from $311 million this year to just $85 million in 2024. Opportunities, there are many, and the Recreation Service Plan implementation should note that we were successful in having many of the initiatives noted in the service plan funded, and as a result, we've been able to take advantage of many opportunities. And just to highlight a few, we were able to eliminate recreation fees in 16 community centers, moving on the substantial equity and access goal of the plan. We are in a process now of enhancing our youth lounges, which has been very well received by the public. We're in the process of developing a facilities master plan, which will set the foundation and the framework for facility development over the next 20 years. And we also want to leverage the success and the development that we've had with the Pan Am Games, which has had a lot of legacy programs developed. Moving to some of our priority actions, as I noted, the following around the Recreation Service Plan implementation, we've moved forward with the new community centers where programs are free, and we'll be doing an evaluation of that. We're also moving forward with the implementation of 10 enhanced youth spaces, which was approved by Council during 2 budgets ago. 7 will have been opened by 2015, and 3 more scheduled to open in the years to come. We're expanding the after-school recreation care program this year by 10 sites to bring up the total to 50. And we've also been able to expand the Swim to Survive program. These are all items that were indicated within the Recreation Service Plan. Strategies that we're moving forward with. As I indicated, we're developing a 20-year Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan, which will be updating the 2004 plan that is currently in place. We're also developing, at Council's request, a citywide sports plan, which will be coming forward in the next year, and developing a new year or 3-year facilities business plan, which looks at standards, quality, and service in all of our recreation facilities. Our priority actions to achieve some of these results, briefly just to note, we want to improve the quality and consistency of all of our programs over the next 3 years, and that's looking at some of the utilization figures that I noted before, but also improving customer service through enhancing the use of things like mobile platforms, e-service channels, and the implementation of the software that I had noted earlier in the presentation. We also want to enhance community engagement through the implementation of a youth engagement strategy, and that's something that we'll be rolling out through our Youth Outreacher program in the next, over the next few years. Also want to note that we're working expeditiously to increase public awareness of our programs and services, and have just developed a communication plan that uses expanded social media such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. We're getting some great responses to that. We've also improved access to the welcome policy information through increased outreach in the community through a number of different channels, which will increase the community awareness of welcome policy. And we also want to enhance the consistency and equity of service delivery across the city, and the Facilities Master Plan will help us achieve that. That's all I have for you here today, and we'll be hanging around for questions later on. Thanks.
Great, thanks very much, Janie and Howie. Shelter, Support, and Housing Administration.
Thank you, and I think I will be within 5 minutes. Okay. So we're following the the same format that everybody else is. This is our program map, and SSHA's two primary program areas are providing services to people who are homeless to help them find and keep housing, and as you discussed this morning, ensuring the ongoing viability and effective management of social housing. Some service levels. We provide emergency shelter to over 4,000 people each night. We house about 400 people directly from the street each year, and we've been doing that annually for about 10 years. And as you heard this morning, we administer more than 93,000 units of social housing, and there are about 64 or 65,000 households on direct financial subsidy within that social housing. In addition, we provide grant funding of around $35 million to over 115 community-based housing support services. And these range from housing help centers to drop-in centers to various other kinds of housing supports. Just some performance metrics. The first bar chart shows something that you're very familiar with from discussion over the past few years, and that is the increasing shelter occupancy pressures over the past 3 years. The second chart shows that the number of rent subsidies we provide has remained relatively stable despite high demand. Some new housing allowances will be added starting in 2015, and this is as a result of confirmation last year that the federal and provincial governments were renewing the investment in affordable housing program. We spent about a half of the city's revenues from that program on housing allowances. And while the housing allowances and growth in the number of housing allowances we provide is obviously very welcome, the demand is far, far outstripping the number of allowances we're able to provide at the moment. Some service challenges and opportunities. Earlier this year, you discussed a shelter infrastructure and service improvement plan in a report that we brought forward. And as we outlined in that report, there are some critical challenges in the emergency shelter system. These are driven in part by things that are going on in the housing market. Average rents are going up, vacancy rates are low in the rental market. We're seeing increasing demand for shelter beds, and we've been having a challenge in maintaining the number of shelter beds in the system because of real estate pressures, and you've had a number of debates about those. CHIPPE, the Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative that was introduced a few years ago, is both an opportunity and a challenge. It's an opportunity in that it's providing us with more flexibility to respond to local needs. So we have more freedom in how we can use the money. But it's a challenge in that it's a funding envelope that is capped, so that if we, for example, grow the emergency shelter system, we pay. And you saw that direct consequence of that in the 2015 budget, where Council added $2.5 million to grow the emergency shelter system. That is property tax funded ongoing. There are a number of other opportunities that we're trying to capitalize on in the longer term. We captured those in our Housing Stability Service Plan. You had an update earlier in the year, including trying to take a much more deliberate approach to eviction prevention strategies, among other things. We have introduced a number of new services in 2014 and this year. Earlier in the year, we were able to address some of the capacity issues in the co-ed sector by making more creative use of hotels, motels, and those numbers have started to creep up again. We're going to go back to hotels, motels again for short-term addressing of those pressures. There was a reference earlier this morning to the services for LGBTQ2S youth. We're very pleased that one of these services is coming on stream later this summer, and the other one is still working on bringing a property into use, and that'll open towards the end of the year. 24-hour drop-in services for women, which was another program, an expansion program that was added in the last year or so. The first of those two programs is now on stream, and the other will, again, is just awaiting preparation of a property that'll come on stream later in the year. The Red Door Shelter, a very significant decision by council earlier in the year to purchase a property as part of a condo development, and that was a great decision for us, and is going to enable the Red Door and close to 100 spaces in the family system to continue in its present location. Last winter, we added drop-in services for as part of a response to cold weather through 2 agencies, and that was from our perspective, a successful program that we want to continue and enhance. We have a number of additional strategies that we want to implement, particularly to try to achieve council's standard of 90% occupancy in each of the shelter sectors. And these are listed on the slide. I'll just point to a couple. Housing First pilot to try to move about 200 people out of long-term users of shelters, out of shelters. Some programming that will come in play in relation to the revitalization of George Street. Excuse me, I just need some water. Thank you. That's human service integration. Okay. You recently had a report and a decision at council to enhance the cold weather drop-in services, so that beginning, subject to the 2016 budget process, beginning in 2016-17, those services would be open 24/7 in the coldest months of the winter. Priority actions, I mentioned the Housing First pilot for long-term shelter users. As we've discussed at this committee before, just as important as adding bed capacity in the shelter system is trying to reduce demand and trying to help people who effectively are locking up beds to move into more appropriate forms of housing. And our aim is to house 200 long-term shelter users over a 12-month period. The assessment of those people who are suitable for that program is underway now. We will be opening a number of new shelter sites during the year to increase capacity with a view to hitting the 90% standard. And I mentioned the cold weather services. Now turning to the other primary service areas, the social housing system management, which represents about 3/4 of both our gross and net budgets in the division. You had a good discussion this morning. The key challenge that we're facing is declining federal and provincial funding for both ongoing operation and capital repairs. We've come up with some strategic directions we'd like to move in, which the committee has discussed this morning. We are looking at new ways to do things. I mentioned this morning earlier the service manager assessment of Toronto Community Housing, which will have some recommendations with respect to operations at Toronto Community Housing. There is also the Mayor's Task Force on Toronto Community Housing, and earlier this year, Council approved the initiative to bring the administration of the waiting list under direct city management so that we can move ahead on more integrative approaches to housing access and other forms of human service integration. I'll just mention, again, because it's relevant to some points that came up this morning.
If we could wrap up, and anything you feel you left out can certainly be incorporated in your responses to questions from councillors.
Okay.
You have another minute, but...
Okay. As discussed this morning, we're exploring some new partnership models to maintain the stock of affordable housing and developing new standards and supports to ensure quality outcomes for social housing tenants. All of these initiatives are aimed at protecting our investment in what is really a very important public asset and ensuring residents have access to a range of affordable and social housing options. And that's it.
Great. Thanks very much. Social Development, Finance, Administration.
Morning, Mr. Chair and committee.
Morning.
Good afternoon. Here is the program map for Social Development, Finance and Administration. While we're a fairly modest division with a complement of approximately 116 people, we're actually reporting out through 3 different committees. So today we'll be talking regarding the community neighborhood development, CPIP or grants, and social policy. Phyllis Burke will speak to the Office of Partnerships, which is for budget purposes located within the division, but a separate organizational unit. In terms of key service levels, we'll start with crisis response. The program continues to provide both incident response and capacity building supports to communities across the city. There have been increased investments in this program over the last couple of years, allowing us to stabilize activity under that program. Under Tower and Neighborhood Revitalization, we provide approximately 50 assessments, and we're currently focused on the implementation of the residential apartment commercial zoning designation in 6 pilot communities across the city. The other significant activity is to support neighborhood revitalization initiatives. The 3 TCH communities are identified. We are also working in Weston Mount Dennis and the Downtown East. On the grant side, under the partnership funding program, we have fairly stable activity because there, certainly in 2014 and 15, we had COLA increase, but no enhancement to the program, so fairly stable service levels there. There have been increases in the investment or project funding streams, and that's primarily Pan Am related activity. The new metric that I would highlight is community engagement. So this really begins to describe the volume of engagement work that the division does. It ranges from neighborhood improvement area meetings to poverty reduction consultations to open dialogues on social policy. You'll note, particularly between 14 and 15, the 15 number is a year-to-date number, and we've almost met our total activity in 2014, and by and large that relates to poverty reduction work. And there's also data there on information requests. This slide, again, is a new metric. While the division produces between 30 and 50 reports, both policy and transactional, this slide tries to quantify the number of major social policy products that the division delivers, primarily in coordination with other colleagues. But certainly for 2015, we're halfway through. The first two products have been delivered. Poverty reduction strategy was released yesterday, and social procurement and Toronto Transit fare equity will be coming forward later in the year. I spoke to the increased resources in crisis response. The program was significantly under-resourced, with staff dealing with fairly stable levels of critical incidents across the city. The increased staffing has allowed us to stabilize that program. This slide provides information on the specialized program for interdivisional enhanced responsiveness, the city initiative to support vulnerable, hard-to-serve Torontonians. The program has been incredibly effective at creating new information sharing protocols, beginning to deal with very thorny issues of capacity and consent issues when we're dealing with often hoarders in particular. And we will be focusing on, with HR, on developing the citywide training for all staff in working with vulnerable people. The information sharing protocol in particular is groundbreaking, and the provincial privacy commissioner is now working with us on how to promote that work further. This performance measure is simply a measure of the information requests. The research unit within the division, again, is quite small, but producing incredible results. For service challenges and opportunities, I guess perhaps the most significant at the moment is the poverty reduction strategy released yesterday. It has been a very productive process working with colleagues across the city, particularly Toronto Employment and Social Services, who have co-led on the development of the strategy, as well as colleagues throughout the city and the community. I talked about SPIDER, the program for vulnerable individuals. We will be reporting out in the fall on the initial program and recommending whether or not we make the program ongoing. And then there are a number of other opportunities that we will be working through. Our challenges in terms of working with vulnerable Torontonians and certainly those experiencing crisis are some of the lack of resources. We will continue to work with colleagues across the city. The other opportunity is the further development of models like SPIDER and Focus Rexdale. Again, on challenges and opportunities, the two I would highlight here that I haven't spoken to are the second one, the Enterprise Risk Management Framework. So again, in collaboration with divisions across Cluster A, we are developing a cluster-level enterprise risk management framework. The Auditor General is actually bringing this to Audit Committee on Friday, and we're happy to be able to contribute to the auditor's work in that regard. The other one to highlight here is the bottom one, the implementation of the schools as community assets work plan, which went through council, and initiating the City School Board Advisory Committee. I think I've touched on all of the priority actions to achieve results here, so we will continue to focus on those. And I'll end with a comment. Through the grants program, there have been concerns about our ability to support developing organizations, and that will certainly be a focus over 16, 17, 18 to build our capacity to support developing agencies. So that's it for SDFA, and I will turn it over to Phyllis Burke to talk about the Toronto Office of Partnerships.
Thank you very much, Chris, and thank you to the committee for this opportunity. Good afternoon. As you can see on the slide, where the Toronto Office of Partnership fits in with the division of SDF&A. We are a small unit of 6 people and have the mandate to support corporate partnership initiatives, partnership development, and revenue generation and management. Our service levels indicate that over the last few years, our ability to raise funds, particularly last year, has increased considerably. I just want to say, too, that this is specific to the Office of Partnerships. The city as a whole continues to raise money through sponsorships and donations, and we accumulate that information and report on it annually. In addition to the revenue generation role that we have, TOP is the source for unsolicited proposals that come to the city, looking for ways of the city to be more effective and in terms of all of its priorities, and to do that we work, of course, with PMMD. We have had considerable number of proposals given to us over the years. However, very few of them have actually ended up in a procurement process, and we are taking measures to address that. In addition to the funds that we raise for the corporation and its priorities, the United Way office is also housed within TOP, and in that respect we've had considerable success in the last few years in terms of exceeding the targets that have been set for the United Way, not only in terms of dollars but actually in terms of the number of donors that we have been able to develop. And finally, this year being a Pan Am year, the Office of Partnerships has been actively involved in the Torch Relay. I know that many of you have heard from me a number of times about activities happening in your wards, including the 5 community celebrations and then one for the Parapans. And at the last council meeting, you had the opportunity to meet some stellar torch bearers that were selected from the City of Toronto. In terms of our performance measures, as I mentioned, the trend certainly is that we've been able to increase the amount of funds that we've been able to raise. That certainly does reflect new and interesting opportunities through the Pan Am Games and working with other city divisions to support host city showcase projects. We're also working closely with Economic Development and PMMD on testing what we're calling a proof of concept as a way of increasing the success of our unsolicited proposals. So giving Toronto businesses an opportunity to show what they can do to help the city achieve its priorities. And then the other trend that we're mindful of is the fact that there will be significant numbers of City of Toronto employees who will be retiring in the next few years, and that this will have an impact on the success of the United Way campaign. So we're making a number of efforts through our Gen X initiatives to change that. Some of the challenges and opportunities we face as a partner is that there's a challenge to continue to build on the city's reputation as a credible and reliable partner, that the opportunities to support city services and programs are still available. And as I mentioned before, the unsolicited proposal process as an avenue for innovative ideas needs some additional innovations to make sure that we have the opportunity to bring projects to fruition. The opportunities here are certainly that Toronto is very well regarded, and I think that our own success in terms of raising money indicates that. And also that we've been approached by many of the Toronto universities to collaborate more closely with us on helping us achieve city priorities. And we have some interesting pilots going on with Ryerson and the University of Toronto. In terms of our priority actions, we last year developed a corporate partnership strategy. We've developed marketing materials and training of city staff, and we have already found that to be extremely helpful in terms of being more proactive in the opportunities that the city has to partner. And as I mentioned before, working with economic development and PMMD on a proof of concept to increase the opportunities for developing businesses. In terms of our priority actions and our service level results, based on past experiences, we've identified the areas in which we hope to be successful. I wanted to point out the rollout of the e-donation strategy that we've been working on for some time to make the city much more efficient and effective in accepting donations, and as I said, targeting our United Way campaigns. This year too, of course, we'll see the successful execution of all of our Pan Am and Parapan activities. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. We'll break for lunch. We'll see everybody back here at 1:30.
Attention, please. Would members of the Community Development and Recreation Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, committee members, for coming back. We're going to continue to hold down the child care item 5.9 as discussions over motions are evolving. We now call on Toronto Paramedic Services for a 10-minute presentation on services review.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. See if we're on the right spot here. Looks like we are. So good afternoon again. We're following the same format. This is our program map, and really it's broken into 3 areas: community paramedicine, emergency medical dispatch, and emergency medical care, where the lion's share of the work takes place with our out-of-hospital care, critical care, and major event and mass casualty care. So at the back of the presentation, actually, we have our key service levels, and I can speak to those with this performance measure chart as well. So we expect in 2016 to be responding to approximately 300,000 calls. 230,000 of those will be transports to hospital, and we also continue to expect a reduction in our response time. If you look at the chart on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see that from 2000 until 2010, our response times continue to increase. But over the last 5 years, we have seen a steady reduction in our emergency response time. Along with that, though, we have continued to see an increase in emergency call volume, and that is due to the growing and aging population. Of course, time is important, but what's more important is clinical performance. And in many areas, we are seeing improved clinical care for victims of heart attack, stroke, trauma, burns. All of these patients are being transported to specialty centers and receiving outstanding care both in the field and at those centers, as well as pediatric and high-risk maternal patients. Targeting the resources to the right calls is an important piece as well, and this graph here demonstrates that over 93% of our cardiac arrest victims receive a response from advanced care paramedics. Our challenges, we spoke very briefly. Basically, the growing and aging population drives the work in our system. In 2014, we did see a 6.2% increase in emergency call demand, and that represents 12,000 new patients being transported to hospital every year. On the opportunity side, of course, Council has approved a 4-year staffing plan, so we are focused on bringing additional paramedics into the organization. As well, the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care has provided 100% funding for 18 additional dispatchers, and we have continued to bring in new technology into the control center to improve efficiency and effectiveness. In terms of addressing these challenges and opportunities, so we talked about staffing. In our capital plan, we are bringing in new vehicles to meet demand. We are turning to a lean expert to ensure that we have the most efficient and effective use of our resources. Purchasing new health and safety equipment to help reduce injuries out in the field. And we spoke about the new technology in the control center, as well as negotiating with the Ministry of Health for additional funding. Again, strategies to address these challenges. So this graph demonstrates how we are matching our staffing to our call demand. So this represents a week of call volume. The thin line is emergency call demand, and the blocks are our staffing, and you can see that is very, very closely matched so that we maximize the use of our resources. And as well, we're adding part-time paramedics into this, again, as another efficiency piece. On the call mitigation side, we do see some minor calls in the system, so you'll hear us on the radio and see us on TV. We're talking to the public about when and when not to call 911 for help. And this is early in the campaign, but we hope to see this help us mitigate some of that rising call demand as we move into the future. Some other systems around the world are doing this also. And again, on the excellence side, we are focusing on excellence in the service. So our Advanced Care Paramedic Education Program was recently accredited, along with the Communications Center was reaccredited this year, and the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care was in our service for an extensive audit, and we did well through that process this year also. And basically, given the time, I'll leave it at that and answer any of your questions later on. Thank you.
That was very efficient. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've got too many papers on my desk. Oh, gosh.
Thank you, councillors. So now I will walk you through the service levels for the Children's Services Division. We have so we have two key program areas. We have childcare delivery, which is the direct delivery of childcare programs in the city, and also we have the service system management, which is a role that we are legislated to provide by the province of Ontario. In terms of our current service levels, you've seen this many times before through our fact sheet, but we have a gross budget of $452 million, of which $76.8 million is contributed from the City of Toronto, and we have 982 FTEs. Currently, if we're able to achieve our age equity targets, we have 25,116 childcare fee subsidies, service contracts to allow subsidized children to enter the care with 664 contracted childcare agencies and 9 home childcare agencies. We also have 53 directly operated childcare centres and 1 directly operated home childcare agency, and we have partnerships with 22 agencies to support children with extra support needs. We also this year, as part of our program overview, are implementing the new provincial wage enhancement program, which I'll talk a little bit about later. In terms of our key service levels, the first one is the early learning and care, and as a result of full-day kindergarten, we've seen system growth as more 4- and 5-year-olds have entered full-day kindergarten. In the last 3 years, we've seen the system grow from 53,600 spaces to 61,600 spaces. This growth is likely to continue over the next few years as childcare catches up with kindergarten, and we see more and more before and after school programs entered into the system. As I mentioned earlier, we have 25,116 childcare fee subsidies. Out in the system right now, we currently have 26,000 subsidies in place, so over our service level, but within our budget. And the reason that this is happening is because of what we talked about with the earlier report. There is insufficient spaces for infants and toddlers who are more expensive to care for, so the overall average cost per day is lower than it would be. This will correct itself as we've introduced more new spaces to the system. Another sign of growth is the number of quality assessments we do. It's increased from 3,000 rooms in 2012 to over 4,000 rooms in 2015. And as you know, we have the only validated tool for measuring quality in early learning settings in the country, and the tool is now being used by other municipalities in Ontario. With respect to service levels, I've talked a lot about age equity, and that is the mechanism by which we allocate fee subsidies. We assign a proportion of subsidies to each ward based on the number of children living below the low-income measure in that ward, and then we subsequently divide it among ages. We are not able to meet our equity targets for infants and toddlers, and this first graph on the top shows how incrementally we plan to move towards that. It's a 5-year process. This shows you the first 3 years, but by year 5, we expect to be achieving our equity targets. The second graph shows the importance of our quality assessment tool in building childcare quality. We recently enhanced the tool last year to a 5-point scale, and we've seen that the vast majority of childcare centres that we purchase service from are very close to achieving a straight 5. In terms of challenges and opportunities, the challenges, as we've talked about, the current childcare system can address the needs of only 20% of the child population, and the current subsidies can only address the needs of 30% of children living below the low-income measure. We currently, at the time we put this together, had 17,800 children on a wait list for fee subsidy. As I've mentioned, we're struggling to address our equity targets for age equity, but our capital budget does reflect this, and we're hoping to correct that over the next 5 years. A challenge has been implementing the new provincial wage enhancement program, which provides a $1 increase to all frontline childcare staff that make less than $25.26 an hour. While it's been a challenge, the program is also an excellent opportunity, especially in the not-for-profit sector, to bring some of those centres up to a more closer to a living wage. In terms of the opportunities, system expansion is always an opportunity. We also are beginning to implement the new funding model and our service plan, both of which were approved by Council over the last 2 months, and we've developed a robust capital strategy to help us meet our equity targets, and this has also been approved by Council. In terms of the strategies that we're using to achieve our service levels, as I mentioned, we have the service plan, which has a detailed annual work plan that we'll be reporting out on each year. We have strengthened our partnerships with the Aboriginal community, including building competencies across the childcare sector so that Aboriginal families can have access to childcare in their neighbourhood, but with the cultural competencies that they're looking for. We're rolling out the new funding model. We have our capital plan to increase licensed childcare spaces by 1,551 over the next 5 years. And we continue to work with the province on their modernising childcare agenda with updating regulations and the Day Nurseries Act. In terms of the priority actions, I don't want to be too repetitive, but our target from 2016 to 2018 is to have 700 new infant and toddler spaces constructed, to expand art programs in the city in partnership with Parks, Forestry and Recreation, to implement the funding model over the 3-year period, and also to enhance the quality assessment program to those agencies that only receive base funding from us, but they do not have a fee subsidy agreement. And the other opportunity, similar to what Philip said earlier, is we continue to work with Toronto Employment and Social Services and Shelter Support and Housing on human service integration initiatives. And I can wrap it up there. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Thanks very much. Toronto Fire Services.
Can I just take this?
Thanks very much for coming, Chief Sales. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to present the Toronto Fire Services Service Level Review. Today, I'll quickly go over the recommended service levels by our programs, our MAP services, challenges, opportunities, and strategies to address, and our priority items. You'll see on our 2015 program map, we really focus on three major areas. The first is what's called the 3 lines of defense, the first being public education, to educate our public on fire, life safety, to enhance the public's ability to prevent and survive fires and other hazards. 2 is prevention and code enforcement, to enforce the Ontario Fire Code and related fire safety standards. And 3, emergency response, and we're an all-hazard response agency to respond to and mitigate all emergencies that do occur, including fires, illness, accident, natural disasters, and all other associated hazards the city we find ourselves involved in. Service levels, we do a lot of benchmarking in our service industry. In the fire business, we respond to 99% of our calls are emergent of nature. They're not static, they're dynamic, they change. Fires continue to burn rapidly. Other situations continue to escalate if we don't arrive. So quick response, quick mitigation is an absolute in our business. So we monitor and manage, looking at standards for first truck in, all trucks in, and we look at benchmarks. We are moving to a program called CFAI, which is International Accreditation for Fire Services. In it, we'll be looking at the 10 major categories the fire service operates in, 44 different criteria, and ultimately 253 key performance indicators we'll be using. So these measures are not just for operations, they're for our prevention, public education, communications, all aspects of the fire service is or will be measured against the benchmark and best practice standards in our industry. When you take a look at the page on performance measures, we are finding that with the growth of the city, and in particular the growth of multiple family dwellings, more townhomes, condos, and high-rise, more of our residential fires we respond to are multi-family by nature. Therefore, we're sending more trucks than ever before, more units, and really the requirement is more firefighters. It's called an effective firefighting force. It's critical. So if you see on the chart on the top of the page how the numbers are increasing. If you take a look at the bottom, with the support of this council and the former council, we are adding additional fire prevention staff and public education. And the goal, as you see there, is to continually inspect more residences, more multifamily residences, and more commercial sector buildings to make this a safer city. So again, enhanced code enforcement and enhanced public education. Challenges. Again, we're like all agencies, we're very high in the fire service. We have a very high staff complement, approximately 3,168 staff, I think, today. So salaries, benefit pressures. We've historically been underfunded in our reserve fund, and with the Canadian dollar not having the, quote, power it had a year and a half ago, it's costing us more to purchase our fire apparatus. It's costing us more to replace our vehicles. We have a gapping target of 2.04%, but we've also got very restrictive language in our collective agreement about the need to hire at a particular number of vacancies, so it's a challenge meeting our goals. We've also got something called presumptive legislation. Today in this province, there's 14 cancers recognized by our provincial government, that these cancers are highly prevalent in a fire service today. So there is support for firefighters that have spent 20 or more years in the service. Some of the new targets and new cancers were going back as far as 1960, and it is a cost through our WSIB area, a cost that's not, we've not ever factored in. The full cost has been historically underfunded. We've also got an aging infrastructure in our fire halls. We've got fire halls, 3 of them 129 years old. The average fire station is 53 years old. Working with our corporate facility group, we're doing an assessment on the money required. We're at about $180 million to look at repair, state of good repair backlog. So with the master plan and the support of this council, we're looking at creative ways of looking at creating partnerships to build new fire stations and look at existing buildings and options versus replacing them. So there's going to be a very energetic schedule of building replacement or changes with council support over the next few years. Our service delivery is impacted by two major factors: traffic congestion and the new vertical city we're inheriting that's getting higher and higher all the time. One of my platoon chiefs tells me in the South District, downtown Toronto, his average customer lives 100 feet in the air. So it is getting to be more of a challenge, and there's a lot of technological challenges we have. We need to look at future staffing in our stations. We now, for the first time ever, have new response standards for strip malls. Low-rise and high-rise is a standard that's being passed the last week of June. It will become part of the fire culture going forward. And the numbers of staff required to mitigate fires in high-rises today, mid-rise, and these strip malls are larger numbers than ever before. Opportunities to build the performance-driven culture using data to drive our decisions. As I've heard many times at council and committees, evidence-based decision-making is where we're going to demonstrate the need, the value, and the payback. We're going to continue implementation on our 4 major reviews, that being the Fire EMS Service Review, called the POMAX Review, the Fire Underwriters Review, Auditor General Review, and Recruitment and Training, as well as the Path to Diversity supported by Council. We're going to continue, hopefully for positive resolve, in our collective bargaining cycle this year. We're also going to embark on implementation of the Fire Master Plan that Council supported recently. So again, strategy to address our challenges, move towards international accreditation to look at where we're doing a good job, where we can make improvements. It is a program of continuous improvements, 10 different areas, 44 criteria in those 10 areas, and 253 key performance measurements. Increased focus on safety awareness, prevention, and public education. Increase the number of inspectors or people doing code enforcement. And also improving technology, dynamic staging, predictive modeling, preemptive traffic controls, new station alerting. There's a lot of things happening that will improve our ability to respond to our customers quicker and safer for all our staff. And again, improve recruitment process and public outreach to increase our diversity intake of our potentially employable city residents. So again, strategies utilizing mobile technology, including our dynamic stage and predictive modeling that we have up now. We're doing beta test sites with it now, working with our partners in paramedic services, police services, and Toronto Transit Commission on traffic preemption, invest in pre-incident planning, enhancements in communications, develop a new strategic plan for training to look at the new legislated training standards and requirements, more safety programs for our firefighters, partnerships in our recruitment model that I spoke about earlier, and again, improving our whole process in outreach. That's our goal. And in 10 minutes or less, thank you very much.
Great, thanks. Thanks very much. As mentioned earlier, we'll do questions of the deputants, the staff at the end of the service review presentations. There's one more to hear, the Office of Emergency Management.
Thank you. That'd be very helpful. Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present the Office of Emergency Management service levels. I'm Loretta Chandler, the Director of the Office of Emergency Management. We're going to use the template that goes through our mission services and our service levels. So starting with the program map, we're a little bit of a hybrid because we report to policy planning, finance, and administration for budgetary purposes, but the group does report to the DCM Cluster B for daily operations.
Sorry, I'll just.
Yes.
I would strongly urge, although all divisions are crucial, last never means least, and I strongly urge that the chit-chat come down a few notches and we listen attentively to the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one, and with the program map, we have one area which we report under, which is program development and response. So our program mission, as the chief had said earlier, it's all about all hazards emergency planning. So we're here to reduce the risk to the community and build disaster resilient communities by coordinating and integrating a variety of activities that mitigate against, prepare for, respond to, and allow us to recover from threatened or actual risks and emergencies. So we have roughly 4 strategic directions that are approved through the Toronto Emergency Management Program Committee, which, as one would expect, to exercise leadership in terms of the emergency management program across the city and strengthening our ability to repair, and respond and recover. To enhance strategic leadership, this is both vertically and horizontally, since we work with a great many city partners, both internally and externally, and through training exercises, the business continuity program, and special event planning. Those are the forums we use to drive integration and understanding knowledge about emergency management program objectives, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on that in the next few pages. We attempt to increase, this is very much a team sport, by increasing collaboration, integration of services and programs across the city divisions and with key external agencies and partners, and that involves our community engagement, 24/7 standby, and having the Emergency Operations Center in a state of readiness at all times. We also provide emergency social services to affected residents, and what that means is when residents are displaced from their homes due to emergencies, the city has a policy that was approved by council in 2010 that deals with how we can assist people in the aftermath of that trauma. The last objective is to remain flexible and nimble, as is required in all emergency incidents, so that we can be adaptable to things that change over time. So to give you a little sense of what are our core services, I'm missing my one slide here. Sorry. We have 18 people, so we're a very small group located at 703 Don Mills Road. And we are heavily regulated under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act and the municipal governance. So the program services that are listed are the meat and potatoes of the areas that the staff work in. We always have a 24/7 standby coordinator so that city divisions or 911 can reach us should they feel that an incident is impending or growing and requiring some city coordination and communication. So the operations center must be ready to be activated at any time. If you're going to plan together, you need to train together. So training and exercises are a huge component of getting a large amount of city divisions and partners able to work in the operations center. That also involves helping external partners with exercises. We do have an emergency plan that's required and 15 supporting plans and some risk-specific ones as are outlined at the bottom of the slide. I mentioned that emergency social services planning and the ability to respond. We have a memorandum of understanding with the Canadian Red Cross, and they're very helpful with helping us deal with small incidents at site that don't really require a full-scale reception center, but help people that are displaced. A key component of being emergency resilient is to try to educate the public on how they can be better prepared. And you might remember that we sent out 2 brochures in recent weeks to members of council. That was our Get Ready and Get Ready High Rise, given the challenges of helping people and responding to emergencies in the vertical city, which what Chief Sales was just referring to. Our office coordinates citywide business continuity planning for the city coming out of an AG recommendation, and we recently got into the special event planning for the larger events that might need a tailored emergency action plan, given that there's greater risk as the events are larger. So here's a small snapshot of what we have done up to date, just to give you some high-level ideas of how many times we're activated and the amount of emergency social services responses that are involved. We're getting really great uptake on our pamphlets, and we're have to print many more, and those things are all available on the website. Training is a huge component. So moving to the service level standards, The first two boxes deal with the regulatory piece, which we need to be compliant 100%, so all the components must be addressed every year, and they have to be verified by the province. It's important that our 24/7 standby responds within 15 minutes, and we've been successful on that as we have a rotation, so that if there's a call to an internal number, there will be action and some discussion. Similarly, when the Emergency Operations Center opens, it's a lot easier when it's during business hours, but emergencies don't tend to work that way. So we have a 2-hour, what I call-out metric. We've been successful in being able to get there within 2 hours when you kind of have your cold start activation late in the day or in the middle of the night. Our next slide are our customer service standards, which are common to many divisions, and that's about timely acknowledgement to the public when they ask us to send them things or have questions, whether it's through phone inquiries, email, or providing printed materials. The training and exercises is where we spend a great deal of our time training city staff and our external partners to be able to work in the operations center. We survey everybody that we train, and we survey everybody who participates in an exercise, and that's how we get these numbers, that we want to have a high quality level of training, and that's our numbers are verified that we seem to be on the right track. So we are exceeding our 80% customer satisfaction. The final number is the number of certificates for training and incident management system, and that allows us to be provincially compliant, and also the staff will get, or city staff that participate in external agencies will get us certified by the province. In conclusion, our challenges are responding to the various emergencies, which often involve extreme weather events, winter and summer storms, flooding, power failures, health emergencies, and hazardous materials spills and accidents. That's traditionally what's happened in the last 10 years, and our risk assessment validates these are ongoing challenges. And part of that response is that segments of the population that become vulnerable or are vulnerable when we experience emergencies need specialized services and different standards of care during an emergency. And we've been working very much with our Cluster A partners through a new emergency social services working group to try to augment what we can do at site when we have folks that need specialized health and special needs services. There is a report to Executive Committee next week on the ice storm. It deals with a lot of the outcomes coming from the two big events we had in 2013. So moving on, our opportunities recently are that we have, after 6 years, we felt that we were ready to leverage a software system that can be used in the operations center that will really make things more efficient when we're in there, but it requires training up to 200 people to be able to use that system. And although it's very intuitive and user-friendly, it's a big rollout to configure and get people used to using a web-based system. We need to train more, which we are doing in the latter part of this year for, again, emergency social service responses and incident management and emergency operations center responsibilities. So that's a big commitment we take to our city divisions and city partners. And when I say partners, it could be the TCHC, it could be Toronto Police or TTC, and the Canadian Red Cross. So I hope I'm within the 5 minutes, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. It was certainly within the 10 minutes. Appreciate it. Okay, so that wraps up the presentations for this afternoon. We do have members of the public who wanted to depute, and we also have the childcare item that's been held down. Why don't we do okay, have we got our motions for the childcare item, and is there a consensus around the table? You've seen mine. I could take them as a package. Do you want?
There are deputations.
Okay, it's not a quick item. So let's go to public deputants on the service review presentations. Okay, is Tim McGuire still in the building?
No, he was unable
And Damian Walsh. Frank Rabagano. Thanks very much for coming in. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. The Toronto Fire Service is the City of Toronto's only all-hazard emergency response agency. Fighting fires is only one component of what we do. Yes, we responded to 10,743 actual fires last year, but we do so much more. On any given day, your firefighters respond to gas leaks, chemical spills, vehicle collisions, commercial and industrial accidents, water, trench, confined space, high and low angle rescues, ruptured water pipes, downed hydro wires, and incidents involving radioactive materials, as well as equipment-initiated emergencies and medical emergencies. Our skill level at times is in demand outside of the city limits, as recently witnessed in the rescuing of an individual trapped in the cave-like confined space outside of Barrie, Ontario. Toronto Fire Services is much more than just an emergency response agency. Toronto firefighters, public fire safety educators, and fire prevention inspectors help keep Torontonians safe by educating them on fire safety, from grade school children to our seniors. Conducting inspections to ensure that those that work, live, and play in our city are safe, Toronto Fire conducted some 38,000 fire code inspections in 2014 and is looking to increase that to 47,000 for 2015. Our mechanics keep our fleet on the road and ready to respond, and our dedicated communication staff ensure that calls for emergency assistance are received, processed, and help send in a timely, professional manner, ready to provide assistance in those in need while crews are en route. In conducting the service level review of the Toronto Fire Service, we, the women and men of the Toronto Fire Service, believe that this committee and City Council should set a level of service that meets both the needs and expectations of its citizens. Public fire safety education, fire safety standards, and enforcement and emergency response are all important when it comes to providing the best public fire safety through your fire service. We believe that to achieve this, the service level review should look to maintain the focus in increasing the strength of the TFS fire prevention inspectors to maintain a Class 3 and achieve a Class 2 fire underwriters PFPC rating. Maintain no less than 124 properly staffed and resourced heavy apparatus available to respond to emergency incidences every day. Continue to proceed with CFAI accreditation process to allow the TFS to conduct a comprehensive self-assessment and evaluation of itself, examining past, current, and future service levels, as well as internal performance, comparing itself to industry best practices. Continue to develop vertical response time strategy for the TFS. Continue to strive to increase diversity within the Toronto Fire Service. Too often, service levels are driven by budgetary pressures, but this should not be the driver of service levels. The city's population has increased significantly along with its density. The City of Toronto has significant lead over other major North American cities when it comes to high-rise cranes in the sky. Our resources are increasingly being spread too thin, and this is why we believe the aforementioned service level goals should be maintained. As Toronto's only all-hazard response, caution should be taken to ensure that risks and needs determine service levels, not arbitrarily budget goals. Since amalgamations, other emergency service staffing in the City of Toronto has grown by almost 1,200 employees. This is not the case with the Toronto Fire Service, as staffing in the fire service has been decreased by 24 over the same period. I will leave you with one last thought. This is an excerpt from the recent Fire Underwriter Survey. There is no simple answer or solution to the problems for providing public fire protection. From a cost-benefit standpoint, making certain decisions can appear to be clear and simple. However, those decisions should not be made lightly, as they can inadvertently result in lower levels of service provided and create unforeseen problems in the future. When providing public fire protection, council and department managers should make their decisions based on the best interests of the members of the public in addition to the tax base. Thank you, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Great, thanks very much. Any questions for the deputants? Councillor Davis.
So we've been very interested over the years in trying to understand what we're measuring in terms of fire response. And they seem to change, but on page 4 of the presentation we have before us, it says that we now have standards for call processing time, turnout time, travel time, and total response time. And we have a standard that was approved in, say, total response time of 90%. And the actual for 2012, 13, and 14 was less than that. And we have a target for 81% instead of 80% for 2015. Don't you think that we should be trying to achieve our actual approved target of 90%?
Yes, I do. It puts the city at a liability when you have a standard out there and you're not able to make it. And we've stated this for many years, so I'm in total agreement with you.
So if we were to ask staff to come back with what resources would be required to achieve the actual approved service level target, do you think that would be helpful in trying to understand better what additional resources are required to achieve our own approved targets?
I think it would be. I think it's helpful to know why are we not making those targets right now and what would we need to change to make the targets, especially if you're looking at future service levels. I agree with you.
And on the fire inspection, we hired, I think, 56. We're going to hire another 70 fire inspectors. We still haven't seen any real plan. And it says service levels are under review. Is there not some requirements about inspections on an annual basis? Don't you have kind of a loose standard around inspecting annually buildings?
There are guidelines by the Fire Marshal's Office of when buildings should be done, and there are some regulations. That's why the Toronto Fire Service came forward with a plan to hire, because they weren't meeting those standards. The plans are in place also. They're not only fire prevention inspectors that were approved, there are also public educators that were approved, so that we can go in the public and educate on fire and try to prevent them before they can happen.
But am I
Sorry, one sec.
finished?
I know, you have time. In fact, I forgot to start your clock, so you've got lots of time. But you seem to be asking questions about the chief's presentation. We're going to come to that.
I understand.
soon. These are questions for the deputants.
I understand. I want to hear what the professional firefighters have to think about the standards that were being presented today. I mean, that's why they're here.
Okay, no, fair enough, but there'll be an
Okay.
opportunity to question Chief Sales later.
Right. So you're saying under the Fire Marshals Act, there are some standards around fire inspections?
Yes, there's buildings, new residents, obviously, before they get their permit
Right.
to be open, have to be inspected, but there's also recommendations on doing other buildings.
Okay.
And Toronto Fire Service to date has not been able to do routine inspections.
Right. So we have not met the requirements under the Fire Marshals Act up until
We haven't met their suggestions, no.
suggestions, guidelines.
Guidelines.
Okay. And just remind us again, what were the total number of positions that, you know what, it's okay. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Any other questions for the deputants? No? Great, thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you very much.
So at this point, I'd like to bring item 5.9 back onto the floor. I understand that our evolving conversations have evolved, and that and they've evolved into motions. So I would take a speakers list.
Mr. Chair, I already spoke when I moved my
Okay.
motion, so, and you recessed, but I could just add 30 seconds to say that I'm fine with the revised motions, and we will have a fuller discussion at council.
Okay, that's great. Anyone else like to speak?
I'll speak.
Councilor Mahavik?
Thank you. Well, I'm glad that we are looking at a 5-year phase-in rather than an 8-year phase-in. And frankly, at the end of the day, there's not many things around here that get phased in 8 years. The only thing I know of is taxes, and that's the tax shifting that, I think that was a 12-year phase-in or something like that? 15-year phase-in. Other than that, if you want to be real, you phase it in within the term, maybe it sneaks into the next term. So really, 8 years is, to me, frankly, a way of basically punting it to the next term of council. So 5 years is a reasonable amount. Let's look at the numbers and let's do our best to try to accomplish that. So it's totally supportable. And just so you know, I'm not acting only on her behalf. I actually looked at this when I reviewed the agenda. I made a note of that in and of myself without having the sharp, keen eye of Janet Davis beside me.
No, you said you wanted 4 years.
Yes,
I wanted 4 years actually, but
No, quite a
she convinced
team.
me.
No, quite a team over there. You guys should go on tour. Councillor Cole.
Pass on that.
I question if he came up with it on his own. I have a motion to move. It really is just aimed at being a little less prescriptive than the motion as it reads in front of us. It does the same thing. I think that Councillor Davis and Mahavik bring up a good point, that we have to look at options that may even accelerate this, and I think that's worthy and should be in front of us and should be in front of council when we make a decision. And so I would urge you to support Councillor Mahavik/Davis's motion and hopefully mine, that I just think is less prescriptive and allows council and I guess even budget committee to do some of that policy work. Thank you.
Questions for the mover?
Sorry, do you have both in front of you? It might have been easier to look at it, have it
Yeah, I have-
paired with what was struck.
Okay.
So all it does is remove the last language, the bit of language at the end of it that has the specific dollar values, and then so it leaves it open to something like you've moved. I know you kind of just joked there about 4 years if that were to be the case.
Right. Okay, let's do it as a package, Mr. Chair. I think my guess is that it's agreeable to all.
I have a motion as well,
Yours is before us, too.
which has gone through a few versions. What we want to do is we want to support the core recommendations in front of us to transition the specified childcare costs to the tax base so it is a secure, reliable source of funding. At the same time, do not shut down the Childcare Expansion Reserve Fund. That gives us the flex by keeping that in place and putting some of our variance in there every year, even once we've transitioned to the tax base. It gives us flexibility for urgent capital requirements, emergency operating expenses, and any other expenses that council and the budget committee deems appropriate. The discussions earlier were focused on a main tenet: don't burn your bridges, and always save for a rainy day. So I'm asking community members to endorse in principle the report before us, which creates a tax-based source of funding, reliable, at the same time make sure we have for a rainy day. I could take them as a package, or we can vote on them individually, whichever. Everyone's in agreement? Okay, the three motions before us, all those in favor? Opposed? None? That's carried. On the main motion, all those in favor? It's carried. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. So now we're going to go to questions regarding the service review, service level review presentations. So what I would do, I know who you are. What I would suggest with the supportive committee is that we don't necessarily have to go down the list of how it was presented, but we could go to a second round if you wanted. Is that
Yeah, that's fine.
to create some fluidity? Yeah. Do you want to go down the list in the order the presentations took place, or do you feel comfortable that we could just sort of jump all over the place and get, and so we'll go, so we'll go one first round of 5 minutes each. Feel free to ask the division or department of your choice your questions. If we feel we want to go a second round, that's fine as well. Councillor Mihevc, 5 minutes for questions.
Maybe to the, this is our first question as a real deputy
Just,
city
Mr. Chair,
manager.
do you want to see if visiting councillors have questions first?
I don't care what order you go in, if you want to go. As long as you let me have a chance.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Councillor Mihevc is going to be asking the questions.
Thank you. Question to the deputy city manager. Why are we doing this? 8 presentations, 10 minutes?
Budget process, that multi-year budget process that was approved by council earlier this year. Part of the information that should inform budget decision-making are the service levels. So this is just a review of our service level targets and where we're at, and it's presenting some of the challenges and opportunities and priority actions that staff foresee building into that budget as we move forward.
So these are some very large departments with very complex needs, challenges, opportunities, and so on. And so we are, in the next little while, like, really? Are we really expected? Some of these already have plans that we've developed over years of policy development that are unfunded. I would have preferred, frankly, is just a very simple grid chart, service level. I'd like to know from each department, what's the change? Do we accept the change or not? And pass that on, and perhaps a little note on, if you had $1 million, what would you do with it, or whatever it is. If you had to enhance, where would you focus any new investments in your area? That's all you need to, frankly, know at this point. But like, if we're going to be doing this for the next 3 years, like, I would hope that, my question is, would not a better process be to kind of say, okay, next month we're going to focus on 1 or 2 of them, really do a detailed review, long-term care, what are the issues, and kind of develop some thought around how we could proceed. Like, I feel, it was hard, frankly, just to even pay attention to these.
That's good advice. We can try, we can work with financial planning and look at the process in the future. I know that longer term, they are hoping that it wouldn't just be the service levels that get presented. There are plans in the process that council approved to actually bring forward high-level service plans, so you understand that over the next 3 to 5 years where the programs are aiming to go.
Yes.
I appreciate that committee has approved many service plans for each of the areas, and it's just a matter of trying to summarize those plans when we go forward through the budget process, so that make sure they're slotted in and they're accounted for and prioritized within the budget. So this is more of a review for this year. When the 2016 budget is reviewed through committee and council, any business cases to enhance or to reduce service levels will be clearly articulated.
Okay, so do I need to move a motion? Let's say only because Mr. Abraham is looking at me, to put in the enhancements to get it to a 90%. He's going to need some extra dollars for that to reach the shelter target of 90%. Or is that assumed to be in the budget for 2000,
For
is it?
2015, we had put in 90%. We don't anticipate any change for 2016. If that was going to change for 2016 through that budget process, that would have to be clearly articulated in a business case to committee and council so they could decide if they wanted to change that service level.
Okay, so my question is in all this stuff here, what's at risk? What's different, what's at risk? Is the ARC stuff, after school programs, are they at risk? Are they in the budget for?
So we, going in, when we go in for our 2016 budget, our intent is only to recommend areas for reductions that are more of efficiencies. If through that process we have to introduce other business cases or other reductions that impact service levels, we'd have to clearly articulate that, but that, going in, that is not our intent at this point. It's early stages yet in terms of the budget process.
With recreation, we had a multi-year plan to, for example, increase youth centers, correct? We're in year 2 of a 3-year program there, year 2. So do I need to move a motion that this committee tells the budget, or tells council, and then council tells the budget committee, we want it to continue to be in? Or are you assuming it? Like, I don't know what the exercise, what are we doing here?
So,
Council's already decided that, decided for a 3-year phase-in. Now it's, is it in or out?
Well, the phase-ins are usually staged with a certain number designated for year 1, year 2.
Correct.
And subsequent years are usually subject to that fiscal year's budgetary process. Therefore, the final word on whether the rollout is fully funded in the multiple years is a decision of Budget Committee and Council.
But will it be in?
Well, then that's a specific question to the General Manager on what her plan is.
Well, that would have been helpful in this, like, what's at risk? What are we talking about here?
Through the chair, it's a difficult question to answer. In many cases, although council has approved multi-year implementation of programs, the budget direction may not support that multi-year implementation within that sort of budget envelope. So as the deputy city manager indicated, you know, if we need to make service changes as part of the budget process, then that would be before council and before budget committee before any of those decisions are made. So I can't share with you what's in the budget right now, because obviously the budget isn't released yet. But, you know, keeping in mind that with a 0% increase and other things, you know, new things, you know, are the kinds of things that we have to have those strategic discussions about as we move forward.
Respectfully, it does beg the question, why are we here then? Like, if I move a motion, continue with those youth centers, implementation, continue with expanding our shelters to meet the 90% target, doesn't mean a hill of beans.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you want to indicate to Budget Committee that that is a priority, I think that's appropriate for committee to do. It will then go through, like every other business case that goes through the budget, it would be considered.
Well, but council's already indicated that. Council's already.
Yes, you've already indicated it. but
17 times.
If you're asking me if committee can make a motion to reinforce their council's original position, that's perfectly, you know, within committee's right.
We're approaching 7.5 minutes, Councillor Mihevc. The other thing I would point out is your questions are primarily procedural, rather than based on the specific presentations that we received.
Correct.
Are they too vague? Well, I mean, maybe that's worthy of further discussion.
I totally appreciate staff what they did. This is also, a version of this is at the beginning of each budget document. Tells us service levels, enhancements, cuts, that kind of thing. I'm not sure at this point what the purpose of this, I'm not convinced this is a helpful exercise. So I really have nothing.
Well, look,
Maybe
I know.
others do, and they can add to the conversation. I don't have really anything to.
Well, I mean, you know, in past years, and I haven't been here that long, that councillors complain that we're rushing the process, so we're not giving enough time. This is, you know, sort of a committee start to creating a lens on our 2016 budget. And this is how staff have determined it's going to be. If we want to go into minutia and drill right down to it, that's our prerogative as a committee. But where are you going to end? You're going to move dozens of motions supporting dozens of programs that you feel are at risk? Well, we don't, you know, I don't think that's the scope of this discussion now.
Then what is?
Scope is to look through the presentations, ask staff on what they're thinking and where they're going, and trying to develop policy as we go on what's going to be funded in 2016. Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
I am also a little confused, and really appreciated getting all of this information, but the 2% cut that staff are supposed to arrive at, that I believe was suggested already, I'm not sure how any of that affects any of what we're seeing today. So I think we have two things going on. We've heard there's going to be a 2% cut across the board, and then here are all the goals, and here's how things are moving forward throughout the next number of years. So isn't there a little inconsistency, or perhaps as the first year, this is how it's being done? Wouldn't it be easier to say, here are our very crisp things that we're doing and need and are considering very clearly as budget items that might not have been there last year, or increases or difference in the budget? So really, what about the 2% cut? Let's just start with that one.
So the 2% reductions, as with all reductions, the first thing that program areas focus on is purely service efficiencies. If they could do the same, achieve the same outcomes in a more efficient way. That's what we always put forward first. If we cannot achieve, and we're asked to continue reducing in order to achieve a certain budget target, and any of those reductions have impacts on the service levels that are being provided, those have to be clearly articulated in that business case so that committee and council fully understand what the impacts are of any reductions that impact service.
So were there any of the presentations that included an impact of a 2% reduction to the service level?
So no, at this point, these presentations do not include.
They don't include that?
They don't include that, no. This is just to let you know the areas, the service standards that have been set and where we are in terms of meeting those standards. It identifies priority actions. So if you look in recreation, I believe they talk about priority actions like 7 enhanced, on slide 28, they have 7 enhanced use spaces to be implemented by the end of 2015 with an additional 3 use spaces planned for 2016. So they're giving you some idea of the priority actions they plan to try and incorporate within the budget.
So then the question really is,
Very high level, and yes, there's going to be
where's the
additional.
2% and how will that affect any of what you've just read?
So those will be submitted through the budget process, and the 2%, the direction is to look for efficiency savings. How can you achieve the same outcomes a little more efficiently? So if you had a manual process before and you can automate that process, the service level itself will not change. It may even get better, but the amount of resources required may diminish. So that's going to be the emphasis, and that's where we're going to aim to find the 2%, is through those sort of efficiencies. Can we actually find 2% efficiencies? There's a whole process through the budget review process that will help us determine if we can actually find all of that 2% in efficiencies.
So
until we start that process corporately, that's, I can't tell you the answer to that.
So then might today, one of the things be to confirm the projected service levels as the committee and ask that if there are any changes based on the 2% reduction to service levels, that really, because if we don't have them here, either we're confirming the direction of these service levels and that we want that once it gets to the budget. And at that point, how will we know that these targets and these service levels are being maintained in the budget? Unless we set something up where you would have to report that back to the committee.
That as part of the budget process, we identify within those analyst notes and through the budget process what the service level targets are, both the current and the proposed, including any impacts that any budget reduction scenarios may have on those service level targets.
Right, so
So
we
that'll
could
all-
confirm these today and then ask you
You can
to,
just receive this and forward it,
Well,
it's just,
or we could confirm our
Confirm, okay.
desire to have these current levels that have been put in front of us and request that if there will be changes or reductions in these service levels, that the committee be made aware of that, because we're confirming these here today. That's one option. And then the other thing has to do with other things that may impact the service levels, which might be user fees or other things that you'd be thinking of bringing in around any of these programs. So I'm just trying to figure out at a high level how to proceed here, Mr. Chair, because
I just want a little bit of direction from the clerk, because my understanding is that those scenarios get debated through the budget process.
I know, but why are we here then? Why would you bring us service levels and tell us this is what they are? And we know there's a 2%. So we're confirming something and then we have to go to the budget to do that? I think we should be made aware, at least made aware here, and then we can, with that information, go to the budget committee. In other words, wouldn't you agree that we report back here, and we're not making budget decisions here, but it will assist us in dealing with the budget committee and in understanding what changes are being suggested to what these service levels are. So it's closing the loop in my mind.
So I believe that one of the challenges will be, as you all know, when we go through a budget review process, even at budget committees, staff are often asked to report on various other scenarios other than what is proposed. So it's sort of like a moving target. Where those scenarios that we have to come forward with either enhance or reduce service levels, we have to articulate that through reports, business cases, briefing notes, et cetera. So it's very hard to be, I'm just concerned to how I stream that through a committee, a standing committee, at the same time when the budget process is pretty dynamic.
Well,
From one meeting to the next, and the timelines are pretty tight often.
nonetheless, I think you'd agree that there's service levels that have all been presented here. These are the goals for service level. And I think it's fair to look and say, were you able to meet these service levels in 2015 through the budget process? We don't run the budget. We all understand that. But once you get in the budget, and you're right, it's dynamic, but not having a pathway that allows us to see that, ooh, this has changed, this has changed, this has changed, and be able to go to the budget as members of council, because I don't know who here is on the budget committee. The chair might be on the budget committee. And that's it.
So we're at, Ms. Vice Chair, we are at 7.5 minutes.
Yes, I
We
know
can
it's
do it, we can go to,
But I think you see where we're going. I want to honor all the work here.
Yeah.
And if we don't have some way to close this loop, then we've just wasted however many hours that we've heard these presentations from staff.
well, are you looking to lock in make a recommendation to the Budget Committee to lock in current service levels?
I would confirm, unless we make a different decision, I would confirm the service levels that have been presented today.
I'm not sure from.
Unless you want more, in which case, those are the motions, and then that goes forward.
I'm not sure from, 10 slides on a multi-billion-dollar division that we can confirm what we've seen. Do you think there's enough there to?
Well, then, what are we doing here?
Okay, well, let's keep that thought in mind.
Why don't we just go to committee of the whole and figure this one out? Oh,
Any other questions for staff? I have some. Councillor Davis? Okay.
Do you want the service levels maintained?
confirm.
So Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Mahevik have confirmed, and I think that's what you said, the service standards contained in all the presentations today are our existing service levels. Is that correct?
That's correct. They're the targets for 2015, and where we can, we've projected where we actually are in achieving those this year.
Some of them, are they aspirational? If there are higher? Meaning we are actively trying to achieve these?
Some of them are aspirational. We're actively trying to achieve them. Some of them we've overachieved, so they vary, but some of them are aspirational. We've got a mix.
Are they supposed to be aspirational, meaning? And therefore, to achieve this target, we will put these resources in the budget?
I think it depends on the program areas. If it's just a maintenance area, we're not trying to grow the program, we're just trying to maintain, those service levels may not be aspirational. Something like the PAY program, where we actually have a concerted effort to really grow that program, those targets may be more aspirational.
Okay. So where do we, because Councilman Hevick doesn't want me to get into specific questions about specific things, this exercise was about us setting the service levels and the budget committee setting the budget. I understand that, but we have a very fundamental dispute about who sets and gives direction around the budget. Council gives direction around the budget, or should give direction around the budget. But if all we're ever doing is creating stand-pat, status quo service levels, how are we responding to community need? Where's the piece that says, here as we plan, here's community need and demand, and we've got all kinds of research, we've got all of our charts, and we've got waiting lists in long-term care, we've got demand in housing, we've got demand in childcare, we have all kinds of demand. So where do we compare our needs versus our existing service levels versus what we're trying to achieve, and then a service plan to achieve it? Isn't that really what we're supposed to be doing?
That's correct. And through the budget, in the analyst notes, we not only talk about the service levels and the service standards, there's also sections within those notes that we talk about the issues and challenges that we're facing and some of the plans that we have in place to try and achieve those, and how the recommended budget helps us move forward on those.
Okay.
I think we can elaborate the notes in terms of areas where we're not quite
You've got way too much information now. Like, it's overwhelming. The other thing that's very frustrating is these service levels don't even relate to last year's service levels. Many of them have changed. The formats change, what you're measuring has changed. Not so much in these ones, but in some of the other divisions. So are these formats and these service levels the same, and are they comparable to 2014?
Because this is a presentation, what we've captured here are the key service levels. I think
if I go to the budget,
you may get additional measures that may not be reflected in here. It depends on the length. Some of them.
If I go to the budget,
yes.
And when I get a budget and I go to the page that says service levels, and there's a nice little chart, and they're very small and concise, I will see another one, and it will reflect what's here.
They should reflect what's here. Sometimes, if there's too many service levels, the presentation will only capture the key service levels. That's all I'm telling you about.
We're not comparing apples to apples with the same things we saw last year and the same things that are in the budget. It really is very frustrating.
That's why this is just called a review, to provide standing committee with an opportunity to review where we are at.
So we're not supposed to be setting service levels?
Through the budget process, and once we have our recommended budget, we articulate all of those, every single one of those service levels.
So this committee is supposed to be just looking at them, not giving direction on them? Are we not supposed to be setting service levels?
No, not at this meeting. I know where you're going with this, and I'll tell you something. No, you know what? As the chair, I have the discretion. No, as the chair, I have discretion.
I'm asking
No, as the
Deputy
chair,
City
I have
Manager,
discretion
I am in the middle of
to
questions of
intercede and
staff.
comment. And I can tell you, if you lock in current service levels, I'm just going through these presentations,
I'm
you are
asking
actually
questions of
effectively
staff.
cutting what's projected as increases in various line items through 2016, including housing allowance, use spaces, and
I
welcome
don't know what you're
policy.
speaking of,
And I would
Mr. Chair. I'm asking questions of the Deputy City Manager.
So standing committee can make recommendations to budget committee, to council on the service levels. Yes, I just wanted to articulate for you that my belief is that not every single service level that's presented.
But the role of this committee, as outlined in the budget process that we approved
Yes, is to set the service level standards.
is to set service levels. And this exercise, although
Through the
this
budget
year,
committee, to recommend those to budget committee.
though this year, we're doing it in a compressed way. Next year, there are going to be 2 meetings, apparently. But our job is to set service levels and make recommendations. We disagree about who we make recommendations to, many of us. We believe those recommendations should go to council. Those are council directions. We report to council, we don't report to a standing committee. But in any event, so we do have the authority to make recommendations to council on service levels. Okay.
Questions for staff?
Sure, thank you.
Councillor Cole?
Not to harp on the line of questioning already, is it fair to say that what's in front of us today sets a bit of sets the baseline for which we enter into the budget process?
It's a baseline, yes.
Okay, so it kind of a snapshot of where we're at today. In some cases, we may have hit targets, some we are still striving to, but this is what the 15 targets were and where we're at in terms of reaching them.
That's correct. And any priority actions or steps that we see to get things back on track where we might be off.
Okay. And so that if motions were in fact moved today, we very well could change direction policy-wise for 16 as it goes to council.
Committee could recommend changes to the service levels, yes, and the standards.
Okay. Just on something maybe a little more specific beyond process, and I don't know who answers this. Is there currently a facilities, a recreation facilities review service plan ongoing?
There's a facilities.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just going to agree with the DCM. Yeah, we currently, we're in the process of doing a 20-year Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan.
And where is that at?
It's just starting right now. We've just engaged the consultant team for it, and we'll be reporting back towards the end of 2016 with the results, looking for council.
Okay, so it won't, that won't necessarily, that won't be part of our upcoming budget process?
That's correct. It won't impact 2016. There will be some recommendations that will have to go forward in future year budgets for consideration.
Okay, and when do you expect that will be in front of this committee?
Towards the end of 2016.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's fine for me. Yeah.
I have a few questions. Do any other committee members, as promised, we can go to a second round? I did have specific questions at the presentations, but I will jump on the bandwagon with what's being discussed now. Now, I'm going to go to the General Manager of Parks, Forestry, and Recreation and just take an example, and you can tell me whether this scenario might play out. In your presentation, you have slotted for 2016 the addition of 3 new use spaces.
That's correct. That's the standard that was approved by council.
Okay, great. So does it necessarily mean that with a 2% reduction across the board that those 3 are canceled, or could something happen in fleet costs or purchase of utilities where there's a 77% natural decrease in those costs, which would conform to kind of some of our flatlining, but in fact you could enhance services in other areas of your division?
I don't think with a reduction, it wouldn't be possible within our current budget and service levels to enhance any service levels.
So if a cost cost pressure was reduced by 20%, let's say grass cutting, that doesn't mean that use spaces would also have to be cut. It doesn't,
That would then, Counselor, that would then impact the service level in grass cutting.
Right.
So if we reduce the service level in grass cutting to support increased service levels in other areas, then the division as a whole would have a negative impact on its service levels.
right, so in other words, the misunderstanding here is that certain savings can be found within a department, but key initiatives can still be fully funded and expanded depending on how a division balances their books.
The budget is not, tabled yet, but I would suggest that service enhancements are not possible with a 0% or less than 0% budget.
When you're talking about a division with hundreds of line items, are you saying that every one has to be reduced by 2%?
So, through you, Mr. Chair, what program areas do is, as I explained, they try and find areas if there's efficiencies, automation, different things that they can bring to the service to maintain the service level, but apply less resources to achieving that outcome. So if they find those two efficiencies, those will be put towards achieving the 2%. Some divisions, because for a number of years now, divisions have had to find efficiencies within their budget and reduce the budget. It may not be as easy to find those efficiencies. So I think program areas are a little cautious right now because until we go through the exercise, it's pretty hard to know corporately, because while we ask every division to meet certain targets, we also look at it corporately, and without getting all the submissions in and going through that corporate review to see where it is that we can find efficiencies, it's pretty hard to determine how much money we can free up to, if any, to apply to enhancements. We're not saying that it can't be done, it's just that there's a process through the budget to try and understand where we are financially, what efficiencies we can find, whether there's dollars that we can reinvest in other priority areas. But without going through that process as a corporation, it's pretty hard for individual divisions to come up with that on their own.
Right. Well, just, an example in the past, would you say that gapping creates the positive variance that could allow for use spaces to expand?
So gapping cannot be used. That is not a prudent way
I'm
to
just,
oh.
okay. I don't know how many times and in how many different ways I have to ask this question, but a department, and I sit on the budget committee, as long as they're working towards that overall goal, does not mean that within that spending envelope, there aren't new and enhanced. Certainly in some of the areas, such as emergency services or IT, we do hire, we do expand, we do continue with a multi-year capital investment that's been approved and funded.
That's correct, and we work corporately to find, that's why I say it's sometimes hard for individual divisions. So where council has prioritized an area that for expansion, such as paramedic services and bringing in the part-time paramedics, we work within that division to find efficiencies to help offset the cost of those additional paramedics, but we also look corporately at other initiatives, other strategies on how we might be able to fund those, to accommodate that within the budget.
Okay, let's move on. Just a few questions through the various divisions. With long-term care, seem to be identifying on page 7 an increasing caseload of residents with multiple exceptionalities. I guess dementia is certain a problem here, and certain cognitive deficiencies. Does our current infrastructure have the ability to handle the increasing patient load of those with the complex, high-service medical needs?
To respond to your question, yes, we can, because the province each year does an assessment across all long-term care homes to evaluate what the care levels are. And for the last several years, there has been an adjustment to reflect acuity changes. And you will see that in our budget submission each year, that there is some dollars that are acknowledged there and staffing increases, because what it is it's really providing funding to sustain the same kind of service levels, but someone may go from 2.5 hours of nursing and personal care up to 2.6 hours. So the province does fund that differential.
To Janie Romoff, General Manager, Parks, Forest, and Recreation. I guess maybe it's an economic theory, but when we were expanding our priority centers, the financial model included reducing pressure on our welcome policy registrants. But I just noticed that as we open more and more priority centers or free programming centers, unless I'm reading this wrong on page 23, the welcome policy registrants is spiking, is actually continues to go up dramatically as we offer more free programs.
Through the chair, sorry, is that on? I wouldn't say it's gone up dramatically. Sorry, I'm just looking for page 20. Page 23? Did you say?
23.
Page 23?
Thanks.
Slide 23.
Sorry. If you look at, in 2013, we were at 115,000. And then when the new centers where programs are free were implemented during 2014, we saw a reduction to 107,000. And then leveling off this year, and there was some funding reduction to anticipate that. And we've seen that the funding has actually leveled out to the demand at this point. So if you look at the projections in 2016, 2017, and 2018, we are suggesting some small increases, but very minor, that I think would be more related to the increase in population and growth rather than, an expansion of the welcome policy per se.
So you think it might have flatlined? I see 2014, 2015 are very, very similar. But
Right. And 2016 is the same as 2015. I think we're just anticipating that there may be some increase, but it's not demonstrated yet. It's just a projection of, that we should be prepared for just in case. And what we would do, Councillor, Mr. Chair, is we would monitor that during 2016, and if we were indicating that there was going to be an increase, it would be something that we would report back through the budget process.
Thank you. To our partnership office, there's a line item here, dollars raised from United Way campaign, and it's here. This is United Way is an important charity, but it's a third-party charity in which I guess our employees are writing a check to a third-party charity, and we help them in any way we can. I'm just wondering why that's here.
Through you to the chair, the United Way charity is a staff-driven program, and annually we raise a considerable amount of money that is donated to the United Way. It's just something we've been doing for a great many years.
I understand that, but the United Way, I mean, it's a great program and a great cause, but it's a third-party charity that our city staff are fundraising for and writing checks to. I'm just wondering why it's in the achieved results of our partnership. That's not our money. I mean, it's
It's not city money. It's an activity that exists within the Office of Partnerships. About 2 or 3 years ago, the function of the United Way campaign was moved to our office, and that's why it's in. That was why it's in as one of the service level.
Okay, so it's agreed. It's not our
No, no,
not our
not-
money. It's
no.
it's their money, and we help them a little bit. So it's not,
It's money that staff raise through a variety of different functions, and then it is donated. It's a contribution we make to the United Way as city staff.
And I would just add to the chair, it's an oversight issue. So these are the staff responsible for overseeing the campaign and ensuring that the funding is appropriately collected and delivered to United Way.
yeah, don't get me wrong, it's, it's a worthy initiative. I was just curious on why it sat on that sort of line item. Mr. Brillinger, a question to you. Council, correct me if I'm wrong, has endorsed an emerging neighborhoods strategy, yet in every document that's before us, it refers to the strong neighborhoods strategy. Is emerging neighborhoods something that we need to add more political muscle to make sure that it stays on the radar screen? And
It's the emerging neighborhoods component is exactly that, a component of the strong neighborhood strategy. So it's not, certainly not been lost. We are heading into the second year of that strategy and would be reporting out to council on any changes.
okay. All right. Thank you. That's it for me. Second round, any further questions to staff? Councillor, second round then, Councillor Fletcher, and then Councillor Davis.
Just for our long-term care homes, how many Meals on Wheels did you say were delivered into the homes? Did you say?
Sorry, through the chair. It is referenced in the slide deck. It's 2,400 meals per week that are prepared. It's on slide 4.
Do we have any idea about the quality of those meals? Do you have any
Feedback
say
has
or
been very
anything?
positive, and they're
Pardon me, it's positive?
Yes, very positive.
And that's from the eaters? That's from the users of those
Through
meals?
the agencies that deliver the meals.
I'm talking about people that live in our homes say they're very good.
Oh, sorry, you were asking about Meals on Wheels.
Correct.
In our homes, yes, our resident meals, which are prepared by the same staff, feedback is very good. Dining is usually an area that gets identified in surveys because people are very particular about the food and the dining experience.
Got it.
But generally very, very positive, yes.
Thank you very much. Partnership Office, this proof of concept, I'm just unclear. Someone has to show you that they've got some kind of a business plan or some kind of concept that they think will work prior to you advancing a notion? Is that what that means?
That's close to what that means. It means doing a trial basis without an exchange of money to demonstrate both to this particular city division that's involved and to the proponent that it's a concept that would work, and then we would take it out to the marketplace through PMMD.
But is there any obligation to support or advance anything that comes in? Or what is your obligation to check through different departments when something comes in? Ahead of pursuing it or advancing it?
We always check with divisions before pursuing anything to make sure that something is viable, meets their priorities, and so on. We wouldn't pursue anything without.
Then you have, that's a workup on a file workup, that you have a file for that, everything that's come in?
Yes, we do, Councillor, yes, we do.
Okay. For SDFA, on your neighborhood revitalization, Rivertown is not listed there. Is there a reason?
Through the chair, no, Councillor, I was just giving some examples. That's not exhaustive list.
Oh, so should it say examples then?
Yes.
Thank you. And page 55, where you've got the incidents, you've got the number of stabbings, shootings, et cetera. Is there any patterns that you, who does your analysis to look for patterns? How many of the same communities? How many this? How many that? What's your process for that? Since it's pretty steady in numbers of each incident.
That's correct, Councillor. Staff monitor what is happening in different areas of the city. We have also built our relationship with Toronto Police Service and other stakeholders as much as possible to get ahead of localized violence and to make sure that we're directing the preventative resources.
So if I was to say, show me the incident patterns for those, you would know that certain ones were in certain communities over a period of time, or that there are 130 incidents in 130 different communities, or that there are 130 incidents and some of them are clustered, number of incidents clustered in a community.
Through the chair, absolutely, we can provide that
You have that.
information. We have a database that includes all of that.
So you've done all of that?
Correct.
Okay, the patterning, all right. For Toronto Fire, around your buildings, you have the number of times you've gone in, but it's unclear to me for code enforcement, when you're looking at the times that you've given out paper, but the number who are actually charged, and it goes forward, where do we get that? The number of charges that you've laid and how successful you have been in laying charges, closing that loop.
Through yourself, Mr. Chair, to members of committee, that's not demonstrated here. Here, we just show the raw number of inspections and how many revisits. Many times upon the revisit, they're able to make the correction. After several visits, we then would look at a prosecution. So initially, we do an inspection. If we issue an order, we follow up on that order. If there's no compliance, we have to give due process. If there's still no movement, we then move into the enforcement. So it's a step process. I could obtain that data, though, to show how many are cleared first time, how many repeat visits, and how many actually go over a period of time to prosecution.
That would be very good to
and
have
what
that
level of
data.
success. That material information is available.
And then how many repeat landlords there are as far as first visit, second visit, and then move to legal enforcement? Do you have that?
For yourself, to members committee, that is sometimes more difficult because some are numbered companies and one owner may have different numbers, and it takes us a while to understand whom it is. We have some of that, but it's harder to obtain.
So let's just ask you if you go by address.
We can do that, yes.
So if you had that by address, you could say, I've been to 80 Blake 5 times. You've been to any address, a certain number of times, and then who might own that address. Most important is where you're going. So that's also available.
That's correct, it would be available.
You've got that dated already?
Yes, I'm quite sure we have that.
You're quite sure you have, but if I'm to ask for that, you'd also be able to prepare that.
Correct.
And then just for Parks and Recreation, I had the same question as the chair, that I noticed that things had kind of still seem to be rising numbers, even though there's free centers. So I'm interested, how many new users are there at the priority centers that have come in? Do you seem to have the number of people that are
Through the chair,
going in the welcome policy, but
specific number, but I can certainly get it to you.
so you can get that to see how that's increased, and that should balance out at some place. For the utilization at around 80%, are there underperforming sites? Do you have that?
Without getting into, certainly we have that detail, but we're not getting into the full detail. What we generally find in 80% is quite a high utilization rate overall.
Pardon me?
80% is quite a high utilization rate overall. What we do find just from a pattern of registration is that certain programs are full with waiting lists all the time, where our primary demand areas are, like a lot of children's swimming lessons, as an example, would be at 100%.
Right.
And some other programs, some of the adult programs would be a little bit less, and that's where you get that 80%. So it's a pattern. Generally, the children's programs are much, much fuller, and as they get older, they're not quite as full, but we strive to maintain that 80% rate, which, from a milestone perspective with other service deliverers is quite high.
But if you have centers that are severely underperforming at 40%, is there some way that you acknowledge that and that you're trying to get them up?
Certainly, yeah.
And you could say how many you have and what your strategies are?
Certainly, yeah, it's a lot of very detailed information. We certainly have the statistics on that. We have standards around how program delivery is done in the field, around reporting of those things, and if the numbers are low, as you're indicating, there would be strategies to try and increase them through the change in the kinds of programs that are offered or through promotion of those programs.
When those kids are going to camp, last question, thank you. All the children that are eating in all the schools throughout the year, and then many of them are going to camps, do we provide any food of any kind, any nutritional support at summer camps? Or in
Through the
rec
chair,
centers in the summer?
there is not a food
Not a crumb.
strategy as part of our summer camp.
Okay. Or for any of our food strategy as part of a recreation center?
There is, for the after-school recreation care program, there is a snack that's included in that.
Oh, this isn't after school? This is when there's no school?
Correct. So the only program we have that has a food component is the after-school recreation care program. None of the other ones do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, okay, so let's go to speakers.
I just have a motion up, ready to go, but,
Okay.
which is very specific. Plus, I think I would just ask to have some of those things, ask the DCM to provide just some of that background that I was asking for.
Yeah,
Repeat
so,
offenders, bad people that aren't doing what they're supposed to do in their buildings.
why don't we
But
have
what
those
I'm
as staff
asking for here-
undertakings?
Pardon?
We'll just have those as staff undertakings?
If we don't mind.
Yeah, and if we could reflect that in the minutes as well? No, we cannot?
Okay, I'll, how would you like me to deal with that?
Is a staff undertaking okay?
I believe the staff noted the requests, and I'm sure they'll be able to provide those.
Yes, that was particularly the one for fire.
Yes.
And then the patterns around on page 55 for the different types of incidents and the geographic information. But what I have is a motion here that relates to nothing else, and it is the DCM report to the September 15th, 2015 Community Development and Recreation Committee meeting on a potential partnership with Toronto Arts Council to develop summer arts programming with TAC-sponsored artists in Toronto's parks, including staffing, cost requirements, and cost for waiving permit fees. So in just moving this, and it's not in here, it's not a priority, it's not established, but it is it's a big hole at the moment. And the staff in the old days, the rec staff used to be out doing little things with the kids in the parks all the time. We don't have that anymore. And there are many artists who have grants to do things in the summer, to do things they'd like to in parks, and then they run into all of the red tape and everything else. So this is a new kind of idea, and I would just like to hear about, is that possible to further that and be able to build that into our programming, albeit really the granting is coming from a partner organization. And maybe, I don't know if Ms. Burke would be involved in that, but it would be a partnership with Toronto Arts Council in order to deliver programming in the parks in a way that we can't do ourselves, but with an authorized partner who receives funding from the city. And at the end of the day, there'd be a small amount of administration and the permit fees. They're not on the ball diamonds. They're not using the places that we would normally permit. They're just in small parts of the park. And it would be, I think, something that the citizens of the city would be very excited about. So I think Councillor Mihevic's going to move to defer some of this till later, and so I won't have too much to say, except ask for my undertakings and to support this motion.
Councillor Mihevc?
Thank you. Thank you. My motion is very simple. It's that consideration of this item be deferred until September 17th, 2015, Community Development and Recreation Committee meeting. And the reason for that is there's a lot plopped on our desk. If we're going to make this exercise meaningful, I think we need to, frankly, offline, not here at committee, but look at it and perhaps have some offline conversations with staff to say, okay, what's what are the programs that we really want defended, and what are the programs that we want expanded, and do we have business cases for all of them? And I can't do that on the fly, not to 10 departments all in five minutes. So this will give us a chance to do some of this work offline. Other departments are doing that, and frankly, I don't think that conflicts with Councillor Fletcher's motion. If other people want to do business cases now, fine, do them now, but this gives us a chance to be thoughtful about this. So if we really want a process here whereby we go through all this paper, I'll go through it, and I'll try to make sure that I come forward with the programs and service levels that need support in defending.
Is that a hand?
Questions for the mover?
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. Is the deferral or to September, because I don't think staff's going to do anything different in that time period. Is this just for, well, because we haven't directed them to, is this just for councillors to get a better read on what's in front of us?
Yes, basically it is. Yeah. So I understand, and frankly, I'm not quite sure on this process. It's a bit
Yeah, certainly it's.
hazy, but that if we just send it to council now, that's it. We're done on this, and then budget's going to do what budget's going to do. And so if budget committee and council is really looking forward to our input into that on the service level side, then I prefer to make it real rather than, like, I'm not prepared. If I do make calls with staff, it would be to just thoroughly understand, like, what are the service implications? What are we trying to defend here? You know, we've worked on some issues here for years, like, for example, the youth lounges. Are they in or out? Do we want to defend them? I think we do. And I'd like to put a motion forward, but I'm not sure whether I need to. So I think all that has to be figured out almost department by department. And so it's a bigger task, and I recognize it's the first time we're through it, but if it's going to be real, then we need time to think it through.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I have questions for the mover. So we're passing the budget 8 months from now. And your feeling is that during that time, when budget committee meets, when executive meets, when council meets, when this committee reconvenes, there won't be enough opportunities to fine-tune, tinker, amend our budgetary notes or papers?
Well, I actually had a different motion to ask staff to come back when the budgets were submitted, but I was told that this is it. This is our shot. Once it goes to council, that's it. And
Well,
it
the
doesn't
budget,
come- we don't get a second crack at it once the budget committee, once the budget process begins and it's in the hands of the budget committee, it doesn't come back here. That's what I was told. So before we send it, let's make sure that we send it letting the budget committee know what we think.
so you're worried that we may be rushing things, but by not letting staff work on it for the next 2 months,
They're submitting budgets. They're going to work on it, but our input, you have one shot at an input.
that you don't come to budget launch or the budget committee or
It
executive?
will not come back here. Once you submit, it won't come back here.
I'll ask staff, do we not convene this meeting in the fall? This committee in the fall?
Yes, the standing committee will meet in the fall.
Okay, thank you.
That's not the question, Mr. Chair. The question is if we submit our recommendations to council now, will it come back when the budget is basically made, the draft budget by staff, made public? Will we have further opportunities as CDNR to, will it be dialogical? Will it go back and forth? I'll ask the clerk.
City Council, through its adoption of item EX 5.18, decreed a process, and the process was that committee consider, and then the budget committee, if you like, would take custody and control of the recommendations from either council or committee. There was no provision that anything related to the budget process comes back to standing committee for further consideration once the budget process has been entered into.
Aha. That's why, on guidance of the clerk, I wanted it to be dialogical. They said that's not the process. You get one shot. This is the shot. So unless you're ready today to say all the programs that you want enhanced, all the programs that you want deferred or spread over a longer period of time, if you're not ready to do that today, and I'm not ready, then I think deferral is the only thing you can do. And then we'll figure it out. We have 2 months to sort it out.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Any other speakers other than myself? No? Oh, Councillor Davis.
So I have 3 motions, and I've just spoken with the clerk, and maybe they need to be amended, but these could come back to September regardless of whether or not the deferral wins. So I presume they're compatible, or they would need to be adjusted to be considered at the same time. I would just say again, these sessions have been helpful in really getting an understanding of the issues facing the divisions and the challenges facing the divisions, but it's been really challenging to understand what we are measuring, what are the current standards, what are our proposed standards for next year, and then, of course, all the discussion today, how they relate to the budget process, and how meaningful is this process if whatever standards we suggest are simply for information only. So I think we have to have another really good discussion about the budget process for next year in a way that gives some stronger positions coming and clearer direction coming from standing committees. Either the budget's coming here again or something. But anyway, on these particular motions, we have before us in fire a set of standards that say on, where's fire? If I can do it really quickly. I could show the slide even. Maybe I will. Could I have the slide? So we have a service standard that says on, I don't know whether you can see at the top, 1, 3, 4, and 5. That says 90, we want our actual turnout time is at 43%. When we have an approved 90%. Travel time, which is the next one down, is 75% when our target is 90, and we actually have a response time overall of 81% when our target is 90. So I don't know if that was readable, but so my motion essentially says, come back and tell us what you would require if we were actually going to achieve the targets of 90%. Response time. The next 2 have to do with SDFA. We have called on SDFA over the last several years to do many, many things and do much, much more. Everything from new community crisis response teams to new community development work in our neighborhoods
our regeneration neighborhoods. We've expanded our neighborhood improvement areas. We've established a number of strategies, from our senior strategy to our youth equity strategy to a whole number of strategies, and they've been accumulating more and more responsibilities, and I am not convinced that we're doing justice to the work that we're committing ourselves to if we don't examine whether there are sufficient resources to actually deliver on these things. So I'm not saying, I don't know what the standards are because they aren't explicit here, but I'd just like to know, how can we, what resources are required? If we were to have more community development officer support for the neighborhood improvement areas, we used to have 13 and we now have many more neighborhood improvement areas. And so the community development officer who was supporting the Crescenttown community neighborhood actually had 3 neighborhoods within our neighborhood, and it was a huge challenge. Now she has 2 from Scarborough and Regent Park in her portfolio. It is impossible for her to provide the kind of support that we're looking at for those neighborhoods. So come back and let us know, is there a way, how much would it cost to provide support for these growing projects that we need support for?
Great, thanks very much. I'd like to refer the current item, together with the motions from Councillor Fletcher, be referred to the Budget Committee, City Manager, Deputy City Manager, Chief Financial Officer for consideration as part of the 2016 budget process.
Then I'll withdraw the motion.
To be sitting here today, 8 months before we pass the 2016 budget, and say that this is our last chance is really not a true reflection of what is going to be going on for the next 8 months and the budgetary process. There are numerous opportunities in the coming months to shape our 2016 budget. There's the work of the Budget Committee, there's work of the Executive Committee, there's work of full council, there's public deputations, and there's certainly other times this committee will be convening. As the chair, I'd be happy to take walk-on items that would go right up to council's recommendations. We will not be voting on this until the end of February. To sit here and say this is our last chance is really not an accurate reflection of the work that's going to be going on in the next 8 months. And with all due respect, nope, you have ideological colleagues on the Budget Committee, on Executive, at Council. You know very well that these are all recommendations to Council, and that in the years I've been here, we have shaped the budget on the Council floor if a majority of councillors believe so, including some of the line items that you have referred to. We have funded on the Council floor if there was a majority of councillors who agreed. So I see no reason to delay the work and make it seem like this is our last shot at it. I also trust our staff to be very responsible in making sure that the programs that are vital, that are treasured services will be protected, and in other areas, much of what we spend here will be given increases because they're mandated by statute, and you know that. The wiggle room of councillors in affecting line items in budgetary departments and divisions is very limited, but a vital role that we play. So With that being said, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the various staff and divisions that have done presentations here today. I'll be going through them in more detail in the coming weeks. Point of order, Councillor Mihevc.
And I'm not sure, like, it really actually borders on a point of personal privilege. I did not say, nor did the clerk, frankly, say that there's not a budget opportunity, executive committee opportunity, a deputation opportunity, and a council opportunity to go through the 2016 budget. But the staff very clearly said that this is the last opportunity on the service level side for CDNR to weigh in. And I would suspect that she would say that if I try to move a motion in October or November around a shelter or around a rec program related to the budget, that you might put it on, she'll rule that it's out of order as per the process that was established last council. That's my only point. This is us as CDNR, and I wish you would recognize, and when you speak to my motion, recognize the point that I was making, rather than go in a different direction about the budget process. It's about CDNR. We sit here as CDNR, not as the budget committee, not as council, not as the executive. And if we want some input, which seems to be the process, then I think we want to do it thoughtfully. That's my only point. And you can call it ideological or whatever you want, whatever filter you want, but let's focus on reality here.
The reality is we don't have the analyst notes, we don't have the budget papers, we don't know where staff are going. I trust our staff to know what are considered precious and valued programs, and to preserve those and make sure they're properly funded. Staff are also bound by previous council decisions as well as statute, and I trust them to adhere to that as well. But also, as I said before, I haven't been here as long as you, but I know that things are still changed at Budget Committee, at Executive, in the divisions that are before us, and on the council floor.
This service level review. Why did we do it?
I will have the deputy city manager
No,
answer.
I'm asking you as the chair.
Well,
assess
service
levels.
I'm really disappointed that you would see this as a waste of time. I'm really quite disappointed that you see it that way.
By asking a why question, that doesn't say it's a waste of time, Mr. Chair.
No, as a matter of fact,
Frankly, this is kind of getting nowhere, Mr. Chair, so I'll...
No, well, I think it is inappropriate. I think it's inappropriate for you to tell our hardworking staff that the time they have spent on those presentations and talking to us was a waste of time.
I didn't say that.
So the motion that you had tabled earlier regarding the arts, that stays, and that can be voted on and not referred. Is that, okay. So we will put a vote to that. We need a vote to remove Councillor Fletcher's second motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried, that is removed, and that will not be referred to the Budget Committee. If we could have Councillor Fletcher's first motion on the screen. If we could have Councillor Fletcher's first motion on the screen. Oh, we're pulling out Councillor Fletcher's first motion regarding arts and PFR programming.
Okay, what's going on here? I need to know what's going on. What are you trying to do?
Yeah. So we've pulled out Councillor Fletcher's Okay. I think we're ready to vote on the first motion, which is Councillor Fletcher's. Just to avoid any confusion, this is the, clerk can put it on the screen, the Deputy City Manager report to the September 2015 Community Development Recreation Committee on a potential partnership with Toronto Arts Council to develop summer arts programming with Toronto Arts Council, sponsored artists in Toronto parks, including staff cost requirements and cost for waiving permit fees. This is kind of tangential to what was before us, but we can move it. All those in, there we go, on the screen. All those in favor?
Chair?
Opposed? It's carried.
Mr. Chair, I've had a change of heart. And I think Councillor Fletcher maybe has agreed to reinstate the motion.
You reinstate an instated motion.
Oh, it's me. It's me.
In discussions with the clerk, I am ruling that it is, we're in the middle of a series of votes here, and it's too late to add it back because of the importance of putting the motions in the correct order. That is my ruling, that we cannot put it back on the floor. If you'd like to challenge it, that's your prerogative, but it's generally speaking, it's too late. Thank you for your patience. We're almost done, I assure you. We actually, based on the order, we're going to move a deferral motion that Councillor Mihevic's, the consideration of the item be deferred until the September 17th, 2015 Community Development and Recreation meeting. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on this item.
All in favor of...
All those in favor of the deferral motion?
All in favor of the deferral motion? Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Mihevc? All those opposed? Councillor Burnside, Councillor Cole, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Bailao. The motion is defeated.
Okay, now my motion. Okay. Final motion, that the presentations from staff be forwarded to the Budget Committee, City Manager, Deputy City Manager, Chief Financial Officer for consideration of the 2016 budget process. Recorded vote. All those in favor?
All those in favor, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Cole, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Bailao, and Councillor Mihevik.
And that is unanimous. Can we move the item as amended?
No, we don't need that.
We're good. Adjournment. Thank you very much. Thank you to staff. Thank you to councillors. Thank you to the clerks. Have a great afternoon, what's left of it.